If you say today is a good day, do you still have bad days then? Or is it just like life in general is now just much better since you changed jobs? Because like winter's starting, right? So I just, I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of. I feel like we're getting to the point. Like I think we're still sort of like we still have a few weeks, but I feel like we're getting to the point where like winter depression is gonna hit. Um, so that's gonna be a few interesting talks. I used to travel around dealing directly with intense customers, McDonald's, KFC, etc. Oh, damn, okay. We needed stuff fixed straight away while people are stood watching. Mm. Yeah, no pressure, right? No pressure. It's just they're like breathing down your neck, and you literally probably like hear them like, oh my god. That's ooh, you need to be a special type of person, I feel to like that or to just sort of tolerate that for a longer period of time. I think that's so stressful. So now you're sort of like just like an online support, like talking to people. I still have very bad days. Social anxiety can kick my butt some days, but I have more good days than bad now. Oh, I feel you. I also have social anxiety. Sucks ass. It's like also so annoying, right? Because it's like you want to meet with people sometimes. um like you don't really want to isolate yourself from society, but it's just sort of like hard to take part in society. Yeah. So that's probably like really good for your social anxiety then, right? To be able to work at home. Like when I was working, I also like started from working at home and I loved it. Mm, I loved it so much more. Like I was working in IT, not IT support, but just like software developer. And it was like long. It was like an internship. But I don't know. I was in this like office with three other people. So there were like four tables. One of those was mine, and then three other people's. And I don't know. It was. I feel like with IT especially, there's just times where you sort of like you need a break. Like your brain needs a break because you're like, I looked at this so long now. I don't get anything at this point anymore. Like it's sort of like when a problem is like hard and then like you look into it, you're like really concentrated the entire time. And if your energy then sort of like bottoms out before you have the problem fixed, I feel like it's just, I don't know, you just try to look more into it, but you don't get anything anymore. And it feels like a foreign language or something. Um, and it doesn't like, I personally, I don't notice it that easily. So I only notice it when I start to believe that everything could be the problem now because I'm like, so it could come from here too and there too and this and because like before that wasn't really my concern, but at some point my concentration is like so low that I'm not sure about what I know anymore. And yeah, I feel like then you just need a break. And I feel like being in the office is so annoying in that moment because it should be normalized to take a break like this, right? But I always feel so like back then especially, I felt so watched, sort of. Like if I now just like sit back and like, like breathe for like 5 minutes to sort of like calm down, or if I just like go grab a coffee now, which is, I don't know, like the third time today or something, then like people will sort of be like, oh, yeah, she's not working properly or stuff like this. And I don't know, I loved it at home way more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ah, that's good. That you have the option to sort of like adjust to your own mental state. That's really nice. What is the worst part about your social anxiety in the office? Or like your social anxiety in general? Like, what is a bad day specifically? Sort of. Thankfully, my office is only me and oh, nice. Hmm. I bet. Oh, that's great. So yeah, what sort of does what is a bad day for you? Like, is there something that happens, or is it just sort of like you didn't sleep right, you wake up and it's shit from the start? Or is it like something happened on the day before which hasn't resolved? Like, did you recognize any type of pattern to this? Or like know where it's like sort of coming from? For me, it's been like really helpful to sort of I don't know, like to get an idea of what like overstimulates me, um and what's sort of like crashing me out, to then be able to sort of not necessarily avoid those situations, but just in those situations care better for myself. A very bad day will be laying in bed shaking, not wanting to see anyone. But thankfully that hasn't happened for a few years. So now when tired I still get anxiety attacks, but I have tools to stop them. But then it takes a few hours to recover. Hmm. Hmm. That's really bad. I'm glad you didn't have that for a few years. I'm glad it got better. That seems really scary as well. Do you want to share what the anxiety attacks are sort of like about? It started from another previous job doing support in a school and being accused of something I didn't do, and how I was treated by management. Hmm. So that's sort of like where the anxiety is coming from. That you sort of are then like triggers that like other people, like situations where you think like other people are sort of like suspicious of you, and or like I don't know, like talk bad about you or something like this. Because the fear is that you're sort of like getting bullied out of the next job. Hmm. Being aggressive. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I don't like that either. People being aggressive is really tough. Is it just like openly aggressive? Or is it this weird passive aggressiveness where they like pretend, like to me, that's like being openly aggressive is like it's scary, but it's not really giving me sort of like an anxiety attack, I think. I didn't experience that much. But to me, it's really this like this sort of hidden, not really hidden because it's really obvious, but like sort of like this aggressiveness where they pretend to still be logic. And then you need to sort of like find arguments and stuff like this, but they just dismiss any type of arguments. And sort of like cherry pick anything you said. And I don't know. So sort of it just feels like it gets worse and worse, and the other person is like uncooperative in the conversation, but at the same time judging you. Yeah, it's not what I mean is not really passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is what we usually describe with that as like, yeah, just like these like snarky remarks or something, which is like not a situation that escalates usually. I've always been very pedantic, so arguments I can deal with as long as there's a reason behind their point. Yeah, that's sort of actually the thing why these things, like, why I crash out from those situations. Because it seems like they sort of they act like there's reason behind their arguments, but they don't really offer any arguments and just dismiss any of my arguments and dismiss it with the most irrelevant things at all. So like they don't make the argument like invalid or anything. They don't prove it wrong, not any of that. It's just like I make an argument and then they like I don't know. And like the point of the conversation is also always changing. Because they sort of like they just want to win, but they pretend it's about logic. You know what I mean? It's it's like ego covered in fancy words, if that makes sense. Um and those situations are really difficult for me because I don't like I'm probably autistic and I don't really yeah, I always get stuck in these. Um because it's like I'm usually sort of like surprised that the other person didn't get it because to me the argument is not about something new. It's about something really obvious. Um and then I make arguments but they get dismissed. And instead of just sort of like setting my foot down on those arguments and being like, I mean, of course you dismiss them, but they're still valid. So like either like see my point or get lost. Like, what do you want from me? Um, I just I'm like, oh fuck, okay, these arguments didn't work. I need to find other arguments. And then at some point I laid out like 100 arguments, all of them got dismissed. And their argument is just essentially like, no, I don't think so. Period. um and it like socially looks like they're winning even though it's absolutely mind-boggling what they're saying and it doesn't make any sense. And it's also like usually there's like a sense of like there's like there's harmful implications to society if their side comes out of on top sort of. um But yeah, because they dismiss it with like sort of like fancy words and like pretending to be logical, it's I just I get distracted from what like that they're dismissing the argument. And I get caught up in these like new things I now need to explain. And it's definitely like it has gotten better. So I started therapy a couple of years ago. And It's like way better now, but this one has been like, those situations have been eating me up. Like, because I also didn't realize how stressed I was. Until I was like low-key at the point of a panic attack. Um, so really difficult situation, I feel like. Yeah. So you also have started therapy? Like you said you now like have like different strategies to like deal with the anxiety? Did you get them like through therapy, or did you just sort of like find them out on your own? Cognitive behavior therapy. Oh, what is that like? Actually, let me look it up real quick. Because like since I got therapy in the Netherlands, I'm always not entirely sure um if I might not just like know that. Hmm. Thankfully, in my country, we have very good mental health care for beginning of issues, but not brilliant for ongoing support. Oh, but that's good to hear, actually. Like, for me, I feel like in the Netherlands, it's definitely sort of like same-ish, I would say. Like, it's like I really got like support like really quick, sort of, which was really nice. And the support I get right now, or like I have gotten so far, is definitely also really good, I feel like. Um, Especially for the fact that I don't speak Dutch yet to the point where I can like use it in therapy. Because like most therapists don't like do therapy in English. Um, but even so, I was able to like find therapists in English and actually have like a really good match with a English therapist. And I don't know, I just know that like to me like really helped. And I know that people who are actually Dutch can get like even more support from the system because they can use like all of these like different options, right? Um but yeah, I don't actually know how it's too much about ongoing support either. I just know that I'm at like a so the first year I was like at a normal therapist, and then I was sent over to sort of like a specialist, which is sort of like they then have like it's sort of like a bigger thing with like multiple different therapists where they have like a section for like trauma therapy, a section for uh like art therapy and sport therapy, and then like personality disorder part, and then I don't know, like many others. Um and you sort of then get like a you have like your main therapist, and then you sort of get other therapists at that as well with like all the different things you want to do, sort of. But all of that is still sort of timed. Like they want you to be done with this within 2 years. Um, and so for me, I'm like about to end my therapy there. Like essentially, like end of this year is probably my therapy is gonna end. So it's like, yeah, our standard in UK is 12 weeks. Oh, damn. But like for the specialist, like because so for there's like these like sort of like there's mental health coaches or something like this where you can get like an appointment like the next day essentially at your doctor's like your doctor's place sort of. And those people are not like therapists, but you just sort of go there if you don't really know what to do with your life and stuff like this. If you need just like a little bit of help, sort of. And if they see like, okay, you need like a little bit more help, or if your doctor is already seeing like, okay, like this is like we need an actual therapist, sort of, then you get to the like a sort of like a general therapist. And with the general therapist, you can have up to like 10 sessions. And so I was at the general therapist. I got like a diagnosis done for ADHD, which I didn't have. And that sort of made it longer. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Picklewick. Welcome, welcome. We're at the moment just like sort of like generally talking about therapy and how therapy works in the Netherlands, and for Ratonian has explained how it works in England actually. Oh, you have not felt the best? Yeah, you can talk here. You can share. No problem. We're here to listen. Yeah. So for me, for the specialist therapist, it took like half a year to actually switch there and get help there. But with them, it's like 2 years. It's maximum. So do you want to just start sharing, Dr. Picklewick? I got dumped like a couple days ago and I don't know what I did wrong. Did you know that you did something wrong? Because sometimes we didn't do anything wrong. Mm. I mean, what did they said when they dumped you? All right. See you in a second, Mauritanian. But I'm really sorry for you that you got dumped. It was your first relationship and it lasted 2 weeks. And you feel used. Oh. Can I ask how old you are? I don't mind if you're younger or something. I just sort of like. Okay. It's. If it helps you in any way, relationships, if you're young, are really. They're hard, you know? Because people don't really know what a relationship means. And they also don't really know how to articulate what it means for them. Because, especially if it's your first relationship and maybe also the first relationship with the person you've been with, it's there's like a lot of sort of like guessing, just seeing from adults, seeing from their like from people around them, and then just being like, okay, so this is what you do, so I'm gonna do that now, but not really, like knowing why. It's a fad. Even then, I think most people still don't really know what relationships are really about. Because if you're like young like that, you don't even really know what you yourself are about, right? You don't really know what you need or what you want or what you look for in someone. And so I think you don't really, don't put too much blame on yourself. Like, this is short relationships, and relationships that young are really like a lot about finding out how stuff works. And I don't mean sexually, I just mean how love works, how commitment works, how loyalty works, how love feels, sort of like how compliments feel, how, like, because there's a lot of different love languages, right? And I don't know, just sort of like which love language is something you like and which is something you don't like, and what type of person is someone who you like and don't get bored with, and what type of person is maybe one you don't like. It seems a bit selfish that she was seeing if she could cope with a relationship. So that's where my feelings of use came from. Yeah. Yeah, this is also something, right? Like, there's sadly, this is something which um I'm just gonna tell you now, there's like, even if you're older, like even in my age, there's a lot, even in like parents' age, there's still people who try to cope with relationships. And sort of like filtering them out and like not ending up with a relationship with one of those people is a skill, definitely. Um, because yeah, that's really like this happens more often than I want to say. Yeah, this is not really surprising me actually. Welcome, Fluffy. But yeah, I think it's not necessarily. I really don't like to say like with age comes with wisdom, because there's people who stay ignorant. Like, there's people who stay unwise with age. But yeah, just sort of learning from these experience can really help. So, and just know that this feeling of like being used is entirely valid. And like, a lot of the feelings we have are actually not so much about the other person than they are about us. Aware of an ego, but so I don't engage with it and fall for the trap. Just don't act phased from it. No, don't do that. Like, stay with your feelings, you know? It's it's not weak to have believed in a relationship and have believed in love. It's actually, I feel like it's honestly a positive trait. It means that you're hopeful. and that you take feelings seriously and that you take people seriously, you know, and that you don't expect the worst from people. And oh, yeah, I think that's good. I think that's not bad. I think that's good. I feel like in our society, it's honestly like it's so weird that it's like that we teach boys like you, or possibly or like people like you, um to like chase after others who dumped us. Like it's something like women actually get like taught as well, right? With like sort of like comparing like to the new girl, and then like trying to sort of like show him like, oh, I'm so much better than her and whatever, and like trying to make them like jealous, and like this like revenge glow up of like, yeah, I don't know, regret that you broke up with me. Like, no, we don't do that. this is this is about you. And if you deserve someone who wants to be with you. It's honestly, it's a really bad habit to chase after people or want to be with people who don't want you. Like it leads to all sorts of problems and usually toxic relationships. So if there's one wisdom you can just like really like take it from me, and just, you know, like it's never bad. Don't chase after people or try to be with people who don't want to be with you. Only stay where you're loved. Like genuinely loved. And I mean this for friends and anybody you have any type of relationship with. Only stay where you're appreciated, respected, and loved. You don't need to, you know, like convince someone to love you. Like, also, you can't. Like, that's the other thing. But don't even try to, because otherwise, like, what is that love worth, you know? Like, she told me I don't want to do this anymore, so I said okay, and I'm just not acting fast, so she doesn't benefit from it. She looks like the bad guy here. I don't like having anyone feel bad, so I just said we choose to and not her. I mean, I think you can show your feelings. I think it's okay to be phased from this. I think it's okay and really relatable actually to feel sad after you've been dumped, you know? You don't need to like put that on her. You don't need to be angry at her or like revenge for like the negative feelings or anything. But you also don't need to like cover it up, you know? Like you can just be a little bit gloomy till it's over. Like you can like, I don't know, like there's consequences to behavior. And it's okay if like in the next, I don't know, like group work, you don't want to be in a group with her. And I don't know, it's okay to not feel like talking to her if she like joins your friend group or something. You know? And I feel like in a weird way, you know, we really need to feel the feelings. At least I didn't get dumped after a couple of months. I think that would have been worse. Yeah. Definitely. The longer relationship goes, the more it hurts usually. Just because there's more feelings involved, right? But this is why relationships are hard, you know? And like finding the right person is hard. And that's also why everybody should really try to actually find the right person before, I don't know, just before committing to something like really, really long term or something. Hmm. I mean, then it's, I guess, easier to sort of feel your emotions, maybe. But yeah, I don't think it's too much about you. I think she doesn't really know what she's looking for, you know? And you probably also don't really. And I think she maybe can't really articulate what she needs from someone or a partner, you know? And ads? Ads. Just gonna wait till you guys come back. Snapchat streaks with you. Oh my god, I feel old. What is that? I had Snapchat back in the day, but not anymore. Okay, so she's still sending you snaps? How is she doing the streak then? Like I thought like she needs to send you like a snap to do the streak still? Or is it, does she only send you like a black screen or like how does it work? Enlighten me. Just unfriend her. I don't know. Like honestly, this is something you can do for yourself now. Like this is actually like, you know what? Let's get into this. You have the responsibility to care for yourself. And there's a lot of things where society tells you, like, oh, that would be dramatic, that would be too much, this would be this, that's whiny, whatever, whatever, whatever. There's a lot of things and expectations society has and puts on you. And there's going to be different expectations from women, and there's going to be different expectations from men, and there's going to be different expectations, so sort of like coming to you. And there's one thing, like, you can never do it right. You can never do it right. Like, for other people. Because other people will always be, like, I don't know, will, you know? Like, you can never make everybody happy on this planet. This is not how it works. You're not meant to be everybody's friend. You're not meant to be good with everybody. Okay? Um, but what you can do, and how you can do it right, is You do the right thing for yourself. If you feel bad whenever she's sending you like the stupid ass like bus floor picture, and you're like, you feel like you just dumped me, leave me the fuck alone, what do you want from me? Unfriend her. If you want that. Or block her, or tell her to stop sending you those pictures. You know? And it doesn't... And if you then get any looks, first of all, again, you can't do it right for everybody. Second of all, if it's really bothering you, you can just ask. You see that look and then you just like, why do you look at me? What have I done? Explain it to me. You know? Like you can ask for clarification on those looks to like try to find out. But on the other hand, you also don't really know what these looks means entirely. Like there's a lot of different things going on, I'm sure of it. Some of those people might actually like think like, damn, okay, like there's actually consequences. Like he's now like distancing himself from her. Like what? You know? Welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Ace Clockwork, welcome. How you guys doing? We're doing a mental health stream. And at the moment we're talking with Dr. Pickle Rick because they have recently been dumped. Yeah. If she does boring pictures, I'm gonna take black photos. You don't need to take any photos. You can just also send her no photos. You know? Like, you can do whatever you want. You know? Like, it's, I mean, of course, it also, like, everybody else can do whatever they want as well, right? So, like, I don't know, like, you could technically tell her, like, fuck off, why are you sending me pictures? I don't want to hear anything from you anymore. She might type something rude back. Like, that, you know, like, that's fair. Like, you can do whatever you want, she can do whatever you want. So it's sort of like always some, like a balance you sort of strike, you know? But there's a lot of different options you have. And says the person who just rated a woman. Exactly. But how have you been doing? Is everything fine? And how you view us? But yeah, you don't need to interact with her. You don't need to send photos back. You know, if you don't want to have that streak with her anymore, then don't. If you don't want to talk to her anymore, then don't. If you want clarification and actually know why she broke up, you can ask her. And it's, you know, you probably won't get like anything you want. Like you can always like ask the person if they want to give you clarification, and it's gonna happen somewhere in your life that they don't. There's gonna, like, I think probably everybody of us in the stream here has had one relationship end in a way where they didn't know what the fuck was going on and why it ended, and get like proper clarification, and has asked for it but didn't get it. And that's always sometimes the case. I'm just gonna leave her and read, not gonna lie. You can do that. You can also block her. You can also unfollow her. You know? Like, this is, you have the responsibility for yourself. and you have the responsibility to regulate your own emotions. If, for example, you don't want to feel like shit every day, and you feel like if she's like, whenever you get one of those pictures from her again, and there's this message popping up, the notification with her name, her profile picture, and being like, oh, send you a picture. And this is always reminding you of that she dumped you and is always making you feel like shit. It's your responsibility to draw the lines which you need emotionally, you know? I feel like if I do that, it's just boosts her ego, so I'm not gonna. Don't think about her, because you don't technically know what's going on with her. Like, you don't know, like, maybe she's already regretting that she dumped you. Maybe she just dumped you because she felt like she's bad for you. You know, there's a lot of different stories which can go on. And you never know the story of the other person. So I would never make choices based on your assumption on the story of the other person. Because this is going to lead you to sort of like a life where you don't actually live your life, but you react to the lives around you. You know? You need to do what's right for you. And if it boosts her ego, good for her, right? But if that's better for you, with your own emotions, it's like, it's a win-win, you know? And I feel like this is like, you need to do what's good for your emotions. And if it gives her a little ego boost, whatever, give it to her. Maybe it doesn't even. Maybe she's gonna regret it and she's gonna think like, oh, damn, like I fucked up or something, you know? Like sometimes girls break up with boys because they actually want to see if they matter, because this is what society taught us, right? Like boys are gonna chase us. And like if he really loves me, he's gonna chase me and he's not gonna take my dumping him. But it's toxic. It's anyways toxic. Like we learned this, but it's toxic. So it's like there can be a lot of different explanations for this, but all of those explanations don't really like help in any way, you know? Because this is about you and about the life you want to live. And if you feel like you're gonna get over the breakup, over these like negative feelings easier, if you just don't get those goddamn notifications from her every day, and they really piss you off, and every time you get them, you're like, you just sort of, you notice how you just feel like shit afterwards, you know? It's your choice whether you get them or not anymore. And you're gonna tell me you will keep those negative emotions just to not give her an ego boost? You know? It's like, I don't know. Like, this is like punishing yourself to not give someone else something good. And I feel like you shouldn't punish yourself in any way. Do I even want to know what you did in the morning? Okay. I'm sorry. I love the pettiness. I love how we see the pettiness as something so mean. I mean, she's ignoring you too. Like that's it's not maybe the fine option or whatever, but you can do that. Like, you don't need to be polite to everybody, you know that? Like, I mean, it's of course like you should be polite to everybody who has to hang around with you, sort of. Because that's sort of the agreement we make as a society, right? Like, you do have to be around people, like polite to people who don't want to be around you right now but don't really have a choice. So for example, co-workers, like if you're shitty to co-workers, it's like really annoying and you maybe gonna get fired. Like if you're shitty to, I don't know, like people on the bus, you maybe get thrown off the bus because like those people don't choose to be there. Like they can't really just leave, like they're sort of like forced to be there with you. And then we as a society sort of like agreed, okay, like we're gonna like be polite. Um but like I don't know, like if there's someone like pissing you off the entire time, like on purpose, and they're like coming to you for whatever reason, you can also like you can act pissed off, like it's fine to feel your emotions, sort of. um it would be something else to actually like hurt her or something in any way, like there's obvious lines to this. But it's also like, I don't know, like the sort of pettiness also shows how it's attached to her still, right? And I feel like the easiest thing to get over it is to detach the emotions from her. And what I sort of mean by that is that if you feel angry at someone, this emotion is not really going away if you don't get any type of resolvement. Um, which, if it's attached to a person, is sort of hard to get, you know? Um, but if you rather than that just concentrate on the feelings you feel, that you're sad because you were dumped and you feel used because the relationship went 2 weeks and then like out of nowhere it just ended. This is something you can resolve on your own, you know? And sort of like I said before, it can, like, people can hurt us without even sort of like meaning it, you know? Like, she might have the inner story that she didn't want to pull you down, because she thought like she's bad for you or whatever. She might have the inner story that like she needs to test if you really love her and like see if you're gonna chase after her. And it doesn't matter if that's like toxic or non-toxic, but like there's a lot of different options to her in her story. Like maybe she didn't even mean to hurt you, but still did. Um, and this is not really something which is like then really attached to her, right? But it's just something like you were hurt by this. And this is something you tend to, and you have the responsibility to fix. Like if you feel hurt, you have to sort of like help yourself with those emotions and regulate those emotions. And if you, for example, you stay in situations where you feel like shit and you like are reminded of that hurt the entire time because, for example, you keep that Snapchat chat with her where like always the notification is sort of reminding you of that. You maybe, I don't know, like you pull those pranks again, which is also like really focused on her. And then it's like every day, multiple times, it's going to be about her and not about you. Um, and I don't know, I feel like this is something where, I mean, you can do, but I don't think it's really, it's changing anything. Yeah, just do it. I'm just gonna eat my really soggy cereal. You can't? What do you mean? You don't remember? Do you remember it? Mm. Yeah, the jazz is nice, right? I like it too. By the way, do we like this camera light more than I like color, not camera lights? Oh, this is really orange. Anyways. The orange one is when I have the like windows open, I think. That's when it works really well, I think. But yeah. But how do you like the new stream overlay? Mhm. I really like it. It's like I was like unsure about it. Um but I sort of really like it. I think it's so cute. I don't know, like I feel like, oh, but then it's not so professional. I don't know. But I just felt like I really like it. Okay. Hey, so I'm sorry I've been distant lately, but I've been thinking and I don't think I'm ready for a relationship at the moment. I do like you a lot, but I honestly don't think I want a boyfriend. I'm also worried about me doing a tour next year and how the lack of availability will have for you in the near future. I also find myself more comfortable around my friends, so I will often hang out with them. That's not it. Networking pumpkin. Love it. So I'm waiting on the next message. At least that's how I interpret it. That's not it. Mm. Really does get cold outside. For us here as well. Oh. Can't be bothered to go through the rest of their editing. But to sum it up, she said she thinks Nav is a little bit cringe and wants to stay friends. Then she said, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. Okay. Do you understand her side, her perspective? No, it's fine. I think we have a picture. But how do you interpret what she is saying? Like, I understand, but she's acting off and teasing me, sort of. How is she acting off and teasing you? Hmm. I mean, she did say she wants to stay friends now. Wouldn't that explain keeping in touch with you? Or what do you think? Yeah, but like it's not full convos. When I try to continue the conversation, she shuts it down. Hmm. Do you think she might be scared that you want to, I don't know, that you don't, like, that you want to convince her to be more than friends again or something? Because I feel like that could be the case, right? Like I don't know how you like answered to her message, but I feel like I don't know, like back then I personally feel like many boys wouldn't have gotten the concept of like just staying friends and would have like tried to like chase chase me or whatever. So I would have felt like I would need to like keep them at a distance on purpose because they don't know the lines anymore, sort of. But there's also sort of like an element of, since you two sort of have been more, maybe the lines got a little bit blurry between like friends and more. So maybe sometimes I would even feel like, okay, like now, like like maybe she's getting feelings as well again, because she didn't say she doesn't have feelings, right? Like she's actually said like she does have a lot of feelings for you. She's just sort of like not ready for a relationship because she A doesn't have time apparently, and B feels like probably like can't be a good girlfriend or whatever, or it doesn't really know what she wants in a relationship and stuff like this. Like I don't want to like make it um I'm considering to take this one here, but it's really orange. Is it too orange? I think it's too orange. It's fine. Okay, let's go for it. Um, it looks really orange. um, like I personally, I don't hate you or anything, right? Um, I definitely understand your perspective. I think her message seems really reflected, actually. Like what I hear and how I interpret her message is that she noticed she's been distant. She's saying sorry for being distant because she feels like that's something to say sorry for, right? So she would feel like if she's in a relationship, she doesn't want to be distant to her boyfriend and she wants to be sort of like a good girlfriend and like be there for him and something like this. So she's saying sorry that she wasn't sort of like wasn't a good girlfriend and then she was distant. And then she says why she was distant because she has been thinking. And she, or maybe that made, maybe being distant made her think that she's not ready for a relationship at the moment. But for whatever reason, she doesn't believe she's ready for a relationship, which is not like, she doesn't say like you're a bad boyfriend or anything, right? Like says like she's not really ready for a relationship. So in essence, that also means like she doesn't feel like she can be a good girlfriend right now, or that she doesn't have the energy or time or whatever to be a good girlfriend right now, or maybe that she can't articulate her feelings well enough or what she needs in life to sort of like be a good girlfriend, and have like this open communication, or like that she doesn't feel like she can't be as committed as she would like to, sort of. And then she says like she likes you a lot, but yeah, she doesn't want a boyfriend right now. So there's not the, like, this is not a position she sort of like takes you out of because she thinks you're crap. It's not a position she's replacing with somebody else, but it's a position which she thinks like she thought it's open, but apparently it's not. And then she explains why she believes that, right? Like she's worried that she doesn't have enough time, she can't focus on school. And she's sort of like noticing how she wants to spend like more time with her friends, and maybe that like having a sort of like a relationship on the side is like a bit too much, you know? And so I like, this is how it seems to me. Like, to me, it seems like she really likes you still. And she knows this is not a nice move. She knows this is sort of like unfair to you. And she's like really trying to explain you this is not about you. But I just don't have the energy, time, and whatever right now. And I hope we can sort of like still stay friends. But like, I don't have the energy for more. And I should have thought about this before, but I just didn't notice. And, you know, if she asks me out again and says she wants to try again, I feel like I'm going to get used. I feel like being scared of being used is something which we bring with us as well. And it could maybe be interesting to find out why you're scared of being used. Like, is this something you expect because you have lived through it? Or is this something you expect because society tells you that women are like super manipulative and like just use men? Like, where is this coming from, you know? Because it's like, I do know that it's like a really normal sort of like it's a really common expectation. No, past trauma. Okay. So this is something she might not know, right? Like, this is sensitivity that we don't need to get into detail here. It's fine. But this is a sensitivity which is your sensitivity because of the past experiences you have made. Okay, now this sun is being a little bit a lot. But yeah, so this is a sensitivity that you bring to the table, and other people might not know about, you know, and might not expect either. And this doesn't mean that, I don't know, you just have to, like, you can't be angry at them, but you gonna, like, feel used anyway or whatever. But this is something where you can, like, you know, like, consider yourself and your feelings a bit more. So, for example, if she were to ask, like, to go out again, for example, you could just be really open about that and talk her, like, you don't need to tell her the trauma, but you could just tell her that you're scared that you're gonna feel like you're being used, like you really don't, like you're sort of like a high commitment type person, and you don't want to start something where you're not sure if it's gonna end in 2 weeks. And you really want to be sure that she's sort of like in it and is sure about that, you know? And you can ask her like to think about it again if she's really, you know, if she's really in it for a bigger commitment like the one you ask her to. Does it sound like she still likes me, or does it sound like she's trying to compliment me to make me feel better? Well, this is actually like low-key a hard topic, because sadly, women are low-key in society. Like they learn they have to be nice to men because men otherwise will sort of just punish them. Which makes us be nice for, like, if we if we feel like we can't not be nice, because we expect the other person to be really angry at us and like punish us. So I can't tell you. Like, it could be that she's only trying to like make you the least amount of angry because she fears that in your anger you would like hurt her or something, or you would like, and hurting her is not only physically, right, but it can also just be that you like tell bad stories about her, or that you show pictures around and stuff like this. And like sort of like things like those. It can also be that she like really means it. But yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. But you can ask her if she's like, if she really wants to stay friends, or if she just wanted to be polite, and that it's like fine if you guys don't stay friends for you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? But if she likes me, why does she want to stay in touch? I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Like, maybe she wants to stay in touch because like she doesn't have time for a boyfriend right now, but like maybe later, like maybe in a year or something. Or maybe she just really likes you as a friend as well, and like while she doesn't have time for like a relationship right now, she just wants to keep you as a friend. Like, I feel like some of the best relationships start out with being best friends, actually. So I'm another option if she wants a boyfriend. I mean, I guess, for example, but I don't think usually like, well, young, like if you're really young, definitely it can be that some people just want a boyfriend. But if it's like a more serious setting, people don't want a boyfriend, but a specific person as their boyfriend. So I don't know. But yeah, it definitely depends. But I mean, you can always say no, Like, you can say you can't, you don't, like, it's really hard for you to stay friends right now and you don't want to. Like, that's really fine, Like, this is, like, the message she sent you is her perspective and her wish, sort of. Like, it's sort of like a suggestion, like, and you can only take it for the truth at the moment. So, like, this is, like, her wish is apparently that you guys, like, do stay in touch, sort of. And that you maybe, like, just go back to being friends. Because even though she doesn't want you as a boyfriend right now, because she doesn't have time for that, she doesn't want to lose you, like, entirely either. But you can, like, you can be not fine with that. You can say you don't want to, and you can't. You can say that you like need some distance first, and then later on you guys can be friends. Stuff like this. Yes. It's fine. What time is it at your place, by the way? Because for me it's actually 2 p.m. Jesus. The sun is way too much. Oh, my camera is all. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Yeah, go to bed. But you can always come back and like talk to me about this a bit more if you want to. But yeah, I didn't think she was trying to be mean. And just figure out what you need, Try to focus on yourself. If you need space, distance, and yeah. All right. See you then. Bye. Assassin, do you want to join the chat or not? Is the question. Okay, I'm gonna check on my phone how orange that looks, because on my PC it looks crazy orange. Hmm. It looks really yellow on my phone. It looks way more like reddish orange, like nice autumn colors on my screen, but here like even the overlay looks like weird, I don't know, like yellow brownish, I don't know. This is concerning. So how does the other one look? Mm-hmm. Hmm. I feel like maybe like a little bit more orange, but not too much. Like I feel like the other one is a bit much. Can I like change that? Um, hmm. Is that a different color now? Yeah, it's a bit more orange. Okay, I think this is good. See ya, Fluffy. Good luck at work or wherever you have to go. Okay. So, party people. Anybody wants to take part in a mental health check-in? Anybody feeling like taking part? Or no? I'm at the moment switching the color of the background a little bit. Because I feel like we can use a bit more orangey. There. Okay. All right, let's see how we like that. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna open this on my phone. Okay, it looks like this, and could be a slightly bit more brown, but this is it's hard. It's tough to find a good color. I feel like. We can talk about multiple different topics today. So, if there's no one who wants to take part in a mental health check-in, we can also talk about general topics, if you guys want to. But yeah, it sort of depends what you guys feel like doing. What would be good topics? I feel like it's really hard to just start like something, because usually it's like the easiest for me to just start with something when it's like sort of like asked, because then I sort of like know in which direction we're going. But I feel like we can also like sort of like start going with the topic from beforehand. That's about sort of like relationships, and I guess like maybe like how to have good relationships. Um, because I feel like that could be interesting, sort of to talk about this a little bit more in depth. Um, and yeah, sorry about the like overlay. I essentially like wanted to have it done today already. Um, but it, yeah, it took longer than I expected. um, but let's maybe start actually with my personal mental health check-in and then see where we're going from that point on. Um, so, um, ooh, I just remembered in terms of personal mental health check-ins, I need to I need to take a specific appointment and call there um, to say I'll use it. So with my mental health check-in, it's really low-key annoying, um, because what I noticed is that I did like a few things like really good, and then like a few things I'm just at the like old issues, I feel like. Um so I don't know, we have been talking quite a lot about the like green, orange and red states, and that's like how I sort of noticed how you actually sort of need to do something to stay in green, and how I put like all these habits in place and everything to stay in green. Well, over the last week, I have changed those habits and I noticed how I don't entirely like the outcome of it. Um, but I don't know, I just sort of felt like, oh no, it's not because of the habits I changed. It just, I don't know, because of the weather or because I did a little bit too long here and there, like sort of like this. And I didn't really want to see that it maybe also just has to do with the different like hobbies and like things I was doing. Because over the last week I have been like getting into AI again. And so I like set up my Stable Diffusion and I like did all these different things with it and was like generating a lot of images and whatever. And in the beginning, I wanted to make like D&D battle maps and try to sort of get that done. Didn't work too well, sadly. There's like getting images, no problem, but like battle maps is really, I don't know, like online tools are just way easier for that, I feel like. Um, and yeah, that's when I sort of like started to look into maybe generating like new stream assets and like looking into making like these like tiny stickers here, for example, like pumpkin in the cup. And these are not made by me. These are AI generated though, and like free to use and stuff like this. But I wanted to make like stickers like these. And I I don't know. Long story short, I spent like lots of time on this. So I was working like sort of like every day on this. And low key, I didn't really get anywhere. Like I have lots of pictures and a lot of them are like way better than before and like I guess low key usable, definitely, but it's still something where it's just I don't know. where it just feels like it took so much longer than making them yourself. And like if you can like digitally draw and do art and stuff like this. And so it wasn't like really like entirely fulfilling, also because I don't know, whenever I use AI, I'm sort of in this like ethical question of like, oh, like what has this been trained on? Like, is that really fine? Like, and I don't know. Then also like if you get like images which are like good but like not entirely good, it's like, okay, can I like do something with this? But then sometimes the images are sort of generated with bigger pixel sizes than they actually are, and then you can't really change them. Because if you were to draw on it, you would have like different pixels. So I don't know, just like a lot of like work where you don't really know like when it's gonna be done, and you don't really have like linear process to any certain goal as well. And I don't know, I just noticed how I like really don't like doing it. Like I really don't like working with AI because I feel like the progress is really not linear. Like sometimes it's doing like really nice things and then it's doing really shitty things. And I feel like if you work with AI when you don't have like a like I don't know, you're low-key like lacking creativity and or like don't really know what you want specifically, but you just want like some, I don't know, whatever picture of a house or meadow or whatever, then like okay, fine. But for me personally, I always have like really really specific ideas already. And that's why I think working with AI is so frustrating for me, because it can never actually put all of this in place. Like it's never down to the T like I imagined it, which is always sort of like frustrating because you're like, oh, this is good. This is oh shit. Um and then I sort of got into like digital art. Um but this is only started like recently, like a day ago or something. Where I thought like, okay, you know what? Like, how about I just learn how to do like digital art well, and for example, like how to make like good emotes and stuff like this. Instead of trying to like gamble my way to good emotes with AI. Um, and yeah, I sort of like made good progress, I think. But at the same time, it's not like perfect. Which is also really frustrating because it's like, I don't know, so much about good emotes is sort of hidden. And you don't, like, it's not as obvious why these emotes are that good and others aren't. But they just have this like extra sparkle or something, or like a really good, like an extra sparkle you can even fix, but like extra sparkle because I don't know, they have like a really good color combination or something. And a color combination you can't like just copy like this. If you make your own emotes, right? Because you would need like the exact fitting colors. Which if there were any emotes, then I would just like buy those, right? So I don't know, just really annoying. Um, but I noticed how actually just doing the digital art is so much nicer for me than doing AI. Um, or like using AI, because it's so much more predictable. And that's what I really don't like about AI. It's so unpredictable and it takes time where you can't really do something. It's not really based on your own skills that much. Um, and it's not really something I'm like too interested in. it was more like the used to an ends. Um, and yeah, within that week, I also neglected my other things I usually want to do in a week to stay in green, which, for example, is reading. Which, for example, is sort of like learning new stuff in like the mental health sector, sort of. And yeah, all of these things I didn't do, and now I'm like, I don't feel entirely like crap or anything. That's not the case. Like I feel like low-key stable, but I do notice how I'm like more exhausted than usually. And I do notice how I have not returned to baseline from past week yet. Um and that even though like I had the different things I want to do for myself in a week are the following. Um It's like and read and learn more stuff about psychology to be like intellectually challenged, sort of. Then like be there for people, help people, purpose. That's like with stream, so I had that, but I didn't have the first one. Then like crochet or like do household chores. This one I also didn't do. So like the flow sort of state was missing. Um, Then like gym bouldering, I did that. Friends, D&D, painting minis, board games, I did that. Nature meditation, well, sort of didn't. Or like not as much as I would like to. So like half did it, I guess. And then like creative stuff, I thought I was doing, but I didn't because I couldn't, like, it's not, I don't know, AI is really not as creative as actually making something creative because you don't have any personal influence except the prompt, which is limited influence. Like I did prompt engineer and it did get me to like a certain point, but it's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like really making something yourself. Like, I don't know why, but it's just, I thought it would be sort of the same. And then in the beginning you started and it's like, oh my God, so many images like directly finished and it feels so good. But low key, it's like social media. I think that's genuinely it. Like, it low key, it feels like social media. Like you're getting dopamine, but not for anything you did or have seen yourself or could like actually take part in. And that and it's like so much faster and it feels great in the beginning, but just like afterwards you just low key feel like shit. And I think yeah, I think that was it. Um and the annoying part was that like while doing it, I had so much creative energy. Um and I don't know, it was so frustrating because I couldn't like really do anything with that. Um and yeah, this is like where I just sort of noticed how I like neglected my like creative, grounded, flow, intellectual needs. And it's not like I'm crashing out or anything because my like purpose, physical, social, love, like all of those needs are like fulfilled. But it's just something where I notice I don't feel as good about myself as I usually would. And I noticed that while the week was going on, but I didn't act on it because I don't know, I just contributed it to the situation. Like, I just feel like, well, it's like, it's getting like, like cloudy outside again. Like, there's less vitamin D, stuff like this. I don't know, like, and like it's just getting cold and it's like getting winter. I don't know, like, and like, oh, okay, on that day I was like awake too long, and maybe it's just like one of those times where I don't feel that good about myself and stuff like this. But I feel like I don't know, I feel like I was just not avoiding, not running away, but I just sort of didn't, I just didn't get it. I just didn't get it that it's just like back then. That, like, there's just some needs which aren't fulfilled, and that's why I feel shittier than usual. And I think I just didn't really recognize how this is like dependent on my behavior because it wasn't shitty enough. So like I've learned that if none of my needs are fulfilled, like no physical, creative, intellectually, purpose, social, all of that, like if those are not fulfilled, I really feel like crap, and I'm like on basically like going into the next depressive episode. And I don't know, because here like half of my needs were fulfilled and the other half weren't. I didn't feel like crap like the times where I knew it's because of those needs, and that's why I think I just didn't really get that it's that I just don't feel as good about myself because of that. And that it's not the weather, that it's not like any of those other things, but it's just there's some needs which aren't fulfilled. And I don't know, if my intellectual need is not fulfilled, I don't think as highly of myself. I don't feel like I'm smart. I don't feel like I'm achieving something, you know? If my flow need is not fulfilled, I don't feel as much in tune with my body and stuff like this. I don't feel like I'm as physically capable as I usually feel like. And if my creative need is not fulfilled, I don't feel as motivated anymore and not as much drive anymore. And I just didn't really see that. I just thought oh yeah, it's the weather. It's like not sleeping enough and stuff like this, you know? But I think it was just because of those needs. And I don't know. This is something which is like really hard to learn, I feel like. And it's something where like every week I sort of come back to it and like need to get again that it takes effort to stay in green, and that it not only takes effort to stay in green fully, to not have a depressive phase, but that yeah, not fulfilling like some of those needs like intellectual flow, purpose, like is then you're just gonna feel like a little bit shitty. And that's still a signal and is already giving you a signal that some of those needs are not fulfilled. And that, yeah, I don't have as much self confidence because my intellectual need is not fulfilled. I don't feel as in touch with my body because my flow need is not fulfilled and stuff like this. So I think like this is what I'm learning right now, to like see the signs earlier and earlier and then actually instantly do something about it, to not bounce around as much. Yeah. Ooh, Ursula Jester, welcome. As a massive overthinker and undiagnosed ADHD, however, my brain goes into full overdrive with overthinking about what other people think about me and only thinking about the negative. It's led to me having anxiety panic attacks. How do I break out of this cycle? Ooh, okay. Let's get into that. Let me drink for a second. Have you ever been to therapy, or are you in therapy right now? Because I personally, it was sort of expected that I have ADHD, once I joined therapy. And when I then got the ADHD diagnosis, it actually turned out that I probably don't have ADHD, but I'm traumatized. Because a lot of the trauma symptoms can actually like overlap with ADHD symptoms. And for example, there's like massive overthinking where your brain goes into full overdrive with, overthinking what other people think about you and thinking about the negative and stuff like this. This especially is really well connected to trauma. So that's like a bigger topic. And it's a topic which like can be sort of like fixed in therapy. So I'm glad that you're about to start therapy again. And I think like 7th November, you know, it's like I know it's still a few weeks, like don't get me wrong, but it's like it's at least not like 5 months or 6 months. You know what I mean? Like it's foreseeable in the future already. Like there's a date on the calendar. But definitely do restart therapy, I think. But there's maybe like some things we can definitely talk about right now or get into right now. I started a new job 3 months ago, and I cannot help but think there's a slight possibility that there are people who don't seem to like me because I see how cliquey the office is. Ah, I see. Why would it be negative if some people don't like you? Hi, James. How you doing? Welcome. We're at the moment talking to Arslan the Jester. That's the part I'm not sure about. Okay. I understand how. What, like. If you have anxiety about this, in which direction is the narrative of the anxiety? Because anxiety and, like, there's usually. Okay. Because anxiety, there's usually sort of like a narrative like tightly attached to it. So I feel like if we talk about this narrative, maybe we can sort of like find out in which direction or like where the anxiety is coming from specifically. And don't be bothered by James. I can only guess that maybe when I was younger, I was very overprotected by my parents, not allowed to have friends. So socially, I'm very awkward a lot. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Was it a bit hard to be around your parents? Were there a lot of expectations on how you should be, sort of, and how to behave, and what not to do, and what to do, and stuff like this? Was it a little bit like walking on eggshells sometimes? As the youngest of four, they just didn't want me to end up like my siblings, so after they got jobs, became too rebellious. Mm-hmm. Okay. Too rebellious. Mm-hmm. Do you still have contact to your siblings? And do you like your siblings? I live with my sister and her husband right now. Yes, I still do. Oh, okay. So, are they too rebellious then? Like, is it bad what they become or became? Are there like specific things which were considered too rebellious? You sort of like have a recollection of? Hmm. Hmm. Was your mom also nagging you? Yeah, constantly about stuff like religion, mostly since she was there. Hmm. Um. Was she also like loud, for example, when she was nagging you, or turned like angry, or sort of like threatening in a way? So like, was there any sort of like thing where you felt like it was not only annoying that she was nagging you, but you were scared in that moment? Very, she would also never seem to stop. So I feel like we might know where the anxiety panic attacks is coming from. And like I'm not a professional, right? Like definitely do get therapy. Okay. I just feel like this is like maybe something like which which aligns with that, right? Like what do you think about this? Because I feel like like if I picture you as a child, or like if I picture a child in general with a mum like you describe it, um I would picture a really stressed child. A child which is sort of like the entire time like looking from left to right, sort of like walking on eggshells, not trying to do something wrong and then always ending up doing something wrong because there's just way too high expectations, like there's no chance of not doing something wrong. And like having to watch out the entire time to sort of like see the expectation and then adjust to it. To not, I don't know, get in the, like not get the next target. Like, how do you see yourself in that picture? Everything fine, Arslan? I'm not too sure. But I do recall at one point when I was free to do what I wanted, I tried to get people I met to sort of like me. Hmm. Can I ask you how old you are when you... Or like, is there like, what are the things you do remember about childhood? Hmm. Okay, so it's a bit farther for you away. That makes sense. Turns out a lot of people sort of tolerate it instead, which is fine too. Hmm. Hmm. What was before that time? Like, do you remember how you felt with like 10, with 12? Like around that age? I have so much muscle pain in my arm here because I was playing tennis yesterday. I think because I was like that age, I was probably like clinging onto her a lot, and my siblings at the time detested that. So she coddled me a lot when I was super young. Hmm. You say you think. Do you not have like a proper recollection of like certain situations, or do you just want to sort of like phrase it a bit softer? Oh. Um I just asked that you always say like I think this and that happened. Do you have troubles remembering your childhood, or is it just that you want to like phrase things more softer? My tea is really hot. Hmm. Hmm. And you weren't really allowed to have any friends, right? Was that also back then already? Or did that only start later? Most annoying part about glasses. Hmm. Okay. I mean, if they only had to screen them, did you then end up having some friends which were screened and like okay? Or was like none of them like really good enough? I mean, friends can be a danger, but friends are really necessary. After all, we're social animals. No one can survive alone. I think my friends at the time got annoyed. I was forced to bring them to my home every time I wanted to go out during those times. Oh, damn. Hmm. Yeah, I can expect. Inviting me for stuff afterwards. Hmm. I see. So, I wonder if I was too much alone as a toddler. I mean, maybe. Like being social is like definitely sort of like a skill we have to train, right? Um, but there's like many different reasons for this. Going back to Arslan, I think I don't know, like this sounds heavy. Like this sounds difficult. Like this sounds like a difficult childhood. And not only childhood, but sort of still. How do you think about your life so far? Ups and downs, really. Do you like your life, and what would be the thing you would like to change in your life if you were to change a thing? right now, I'm content with the current friends I have. My job's alright. The only thing I'd love to change is all these thoughts in my head and how it can affect my day. Hmm. When are those thoughts occurring most, sort of? Or like, what type of situation is leading to those? And how do they affect your day? Does it like, does the overthinking and sort of this like really anxious state of overthinking, does it keep going for hours or like the entire day? Or is it even like, I don't know, influencing the next day and the day after? I can imagine that life is a bit boring if you don't have many friends and just have Twitch as company. What would you like to change about your life, Loptobi, if you could change anything? If I ever make a mistake at my job, I tend to freeze up. Mm. Also with friends? Or only in like a professional scenario? Sometimes with friends too, like I say, the wrong thing or the wrong thing at the wrong time. And I'm never able to catch myself from making that mistake. Hmm. What type of mistakes are those? If you say you can never catch yourself from making those mistakes. Just so I'm like, I know in which like size we're talking, you know? I'm too much alone. Girlfriend got moody with me many weeks now. So is that what you would change in your life, Lopsawi? To like be less alone? Or what would you change to have a better life? Like what would like a good life look to you? There was one time I got too passionate over a game a friend of mine was playing to the point he was a bit too uncomfortable. Hmm. I had to profusely apologize the next day. Was it fine after you apologized? I did not learn social much, so not easy to find another and I don't try. No, I mean like a regular friend. Not Toby. I didn't mean like another girlfriend. Like how would you change your life if you could change it to anything? Like how would your life look if you could overcome like any type of fears or anything? It was, but I cannot seem to accept his forgiveness. Do you know why you can't accept it? Like, do you not trust the forgiveness? Like, do you think there's gonna be like, I don't know, some type of like bad comment afterwards? Or they're just gonna sort of like pay you back in a way? Or do you think like you're a bad human still? Nope, Toby, why do you have a resistance to saying what you want out of life? Do you not want to do anything different? Or like have a different life? I'm afraid of losing this person as a friend. I've been friends with him for a year. Hmm. So you sort of like, you don't trust the apology that it's like really fine, and you sort of think that like next time or whatever, like now that you make a mistake, then he's like not gonna be friends with you anymore or something like this. That like every mistake is sort of like adding up onto like a list, and if it's like full, then the friendship is over, like this. Hmm. Okay. So there's different approaches to anxiety and panic attacks in general. And especially if it's connected to trauma, it can be like more complicated. But there's a few things you can sort of try. Um, and I'm gonna just explain you my sort of like experience with any of those so far. So for example, I also have social anxiety. Um, and I definitely also had sort of like anxiety to like go out alone and stuff like this. So just like basically like social anxiety in general. Um, and not only that anxiety, but also like anxiety sort of like dark spaces. So for example, like looking into a dark room, like this really like childish sort of anxiety of like, oh, there's gonna be a monster in the dark. And I don't know, like I guess like a lot of anxiety in general, and then it was like more connected to like to some topics than others. But one of the things you can do is do exposure therapy, which essentially means that you do the stuff which is giving you anxiety, but you only do it like a tiny, tiny bit. So like to a point where you can like where it's like gonna be fine. It's not gonna like throw you into depression or anything, you know? And also in sort of like a situation where you can always stop it, you know, if it's getting too much and stuff like this. Um, but in essence, it's like the purpose is for you to experience this anxiety and learn that there is nothing happening. Like everything is okay. You know, like you live and everything is fine. Um, and then you sort of like do it again, but you do a little more. And then you try to feel fine in that position. And that's how you like up the stakes every time. And the idea is that like in the end, you're just gonna feel fine in like in that situation the entire time. And while you might feel some anxiety, it's gonna be in a way where you can handle it and where you know how to handle it, and it's going to be just like less overwhelming than before. um but this is anxiety before panic attack. This is not if you are in a panic attack, because if you are having a panic attack, you need to like, this is like, it's already like over the top sort of. So you need to like get to a like safe, acceptable base level again. So the whole idea of like exposure therapy is only doing something to like finding the smallest step you can take, for example. So I don't know, like it would be, I don't know, like maybe, like I actually have had a little bit anxiety of spilling something, like spilling water on the floor, for example. Because back in my childhood, that was like really, I don't know, it was just this like, oh, no, and there was like a huge reaction to it. And so I had anxiety from that. And with that, it's, for example, that you yourself, sort of like alone in your kitchen, like nobody else is there, that you on purpose spill a little bit of water. And then you just sort of experience the situation. You try to really listen actually to your anxiety, try where it's coming from, what it's telling you specifically, what the specific fears are it has, what the situation is you expect. And at the same time, you tell yourself, you sort of like compare what you expect, what the fears are you expect, with the reality you are in, which in that scenario is you're alone. Nobody is screaming at you. Everything is fine. You can just remove the water again and nothing happened. Like the floor is not ruined. Like there's like everything is fine, you know. And this is sort of like the takeaway, that you did something, and you actively put in the effort to compare it with what actually happened and realize that sort of like that nothing has happened and that it's fine, that it's okay, and that you lived through that situation, sort of. With the panic attacks, you usually just sort of try to well, the only thing I know about panic attacks, is that it's you usually sort of try to step out of this toxic situation you are in, or this triggering situation you are in, before you have a full-blown panic attack. Like, I don't really know if there's something like overcoming or exposure therapy to panic attacks. I haven't heard of any of that. What I just know is that you just sort of like try to notice them as early as they start, and then instantly take a step back. But like, sort of like, if you have taken a step back and you're like, you know, like the situation is fine now, sort of like you did everything you had to do, like it's not going to get worse. And then you sort of try to feel what you feel, and you sort of try to feel how your body is feeling, and like do like breathing exercise and like this. So with panic attacks, it's more of like the like calming down and like teaching yourself tools and strategies to calm down and not go into the direction of full-blown panic attack. Versus with anxiety, it's more of like trying to, like, if it's something you have anxiety about, which is like a rather like unrealistic, like a doom type scenario, then you try to sort of expose yourself to some of that anxiety where you can handle it really well, and sort of like teach yourself actively and like try to actively gain experiences, and then reflect on those experiences where you felt that anxiety, you had those fear, but nothing happened. So that you sort of like give your brain evidence that even though you were so sure that this is like so bad and everything, actually nothing happened. And then you do this like more and more, and that's how sort of the anxiety gets lower, because your evidence that everything is going to be fine is getting more and more. But yeah, Aslan, I sadly can't give you like a full fix or anything to this. I definitely think it's like a bigger topic where therapy makes a lot of sense, and I'm really glad that you're restarting therapy again. But I think what you could do as sort of like a really good preparation for therapy, and then also to get the most out of therapy, as in those situations where you feel those feelings, not like in a full-blown panic attack, but where you have, like, if you're in a situation where you still have space, to sit down, have like a journal, and write down what your fears are in that moment, and write down where they might be coming from and what you might expect in those situations, to just like gain more information on this. Because the more information you have, the better the therapist then can help you. So if you're, for example, able to find out, oh, it's like really connected to this and that scenario when I was a kid, and this can take a little bit to like get to like really like have that back in mind, because when we lived through trauma, like not remembering things is like actually really common. So it can really help to sort of like focus on like finding out where things coming from, and like really understanding your fears in that moment, and not just like brushing them off with like, oh, it's like I'm overreacting right now and I'm overthinking right now anyways, but just like really writing down all of those fears and being like, okay, so like being like more like a, like you're studying yourself type situation, where like, okay, like I feared this, and like which evidence do I have for this? Well, the other person looked like this, and like then they only said this, and like sort of like analyze it a little bit on your own, to then have more context for your therapist. And I think that's a really good thing you can do. And so with the panic attacks, try to step out of it as fast as you can. Sort of like, if you notice this is a trigger, try to really pinpoint triggers that can help you to notice them earlier. And then, for example, like next time you make a mistake at work, you already know, okay, there's usually a trigger for myself. So I'm gonna take 10 and calm myself down. And like to not wait till it's like a full-blown panic attack. And with the anxiety, also like not let it turn into like a full-blown panic attack, but step out of it first. And then if you still feel some anxiety, write down how, why, where it's coming from, what it feels like it's attached to, stuff like this. And you can also try to actually talk to your friends about this and voice this to your friends. And just be like, for example, to the friend where you made a mistake, and then like you said sorry, but the friend said like, oh yeah, it's fine, but you still fear like they're gonna like leave you or something. Just like, you can also just sort of tell them like, hey, is it like really fine, because I'm sort of like, I don't know, just because of my mom and childhood, I'm like really concerned that you just like, I don't know, don't want to be friends with me anymore. And I don't know, just like asking for clarification, I guess, if it's really fine, and that can help. So I hope that helps. We can also just talk about it a bit more if you have like maybe like a specific situation you come across in this week, where you are able to sort of like pay a little bit attention to what's happening in the moment right now. You can maybe come back on Thursday and tell me about it, and then we can sort of analyze it together if you want to. So, or on Monday or next Thursday, just whenever one of those situations is coming up. But I think you're already doing a very, very important step, and that is restarting with therapy. That's really good. And I'm really proud that you do that because that's really smart. Okay. So now I'm coming back to Loptobi. Welcome back, Fluffy, by the way. Also, thank you for the follow. Tormendolol. So, can mean wanting more company, but not sure if I want to try much to change it. Can be avoidant personality disorder, but that is avoidant personality disorder is marked by poor self-esteem and an intense fear of rejection. But I am hardly this. Spilling can be a danger, footballing, so when lifting pots from sofa, stretch hands out, hold them far from body, walk like that. Surprise, I'm back. Get medics from panic attacks and you feel cool in a situation so your body learns it is all good and you will feel better without meds as well. Otherwise, a system shock like put ice on the wrist or something will help calm down or break the attack. Feel calm. Yeah. Definitely like talking to a doctor about panic attacks and getting help with that would be amazing. But I think that's maybe like the therapist's doing, so that's only available on November 7th. Ideas when I was younger where everyone would comment how nice I was, so I built this internal complex that I was a nice person. It's my whole image. Whenever this complex came into question, my whole identity broke down, anxiety went into overdrive. So teach kids it's okay to be not nice too. First snow now of winter. You're really switching topics a lot. I'm sort of like, I'm confused where we're going with the conversation, Loptobi. Well, I feel like you want to go somewhere. But to be fair, if you don't want to change much about like being alone and like, I guess this is like the most important thing about like any help at any point, right? Like there's sort of like nothing others can do if like if you're good with how your life is right now and you don't want to change anything, or you're not good with your life is right now but you still don't want to change anything, there's not really something I can offer, because it's, I don't know, I guess I can like offer the opinion that I don't think a life is like, your life is just gonna get better from like nowhere. And but I think you actually sort of like know this. So Like, do you think it could change, Love Toby? Like, do you believe there's the option that it could be better? Or do you think this is something which is like can't be helped? Okay, yeah, it could change. So why do you not want to change it? Hmm. 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 If you say you're just like lazy to make the effort, is it then not bad actually right now? Like, is it not that bad? Like, do you mind if it changes? Or are you like, well, that's how life is. Whatever. I guess as many would call it bad, also it's unhealthy, studies say. But yeah, okay. And so you don't feel very bad about it, but you don't like it. Why don't you like it if you don't feel very bad about it? Or like what specifically do you feel bad about then? I think it's good that you don't feel bad about everything, you know? Hmm. I mean, there are humans who have less social needs than others. That is a thing. Like like studies only tell us the average. A life in a good community would be great. Okay. Did you enjoy that talk? Who would you rather talk to? If it was only okay. Mm-hmm. Did you ever, or are you in therapy, Loptobi? No. Why not? Hmm. So you don't live anywhere where like where your how is it called? Your health insurance would pay for it? The Minecraft tutorial plug. Just in between. Hmm. I'm I do understand why you say I'm like a free therapist. And on one side I appreciate it. On the other side, I'm in no comparison a free therapist. Like therapy, like a therapist has personal hours with you. Sometimes even one per week or multiple a week, where he, over the course of sometimes even years, gets to know you and is probably specialized on people with problems like you and tries, so like offers like all the knowledge we have in that sector, sort of. Which, even though I definitely try to get smarter every day, I'm not at that point yet. I think mostly people just need to talk with anyone. We know ourselves. Uh, I think I don't agree. I talked to my mom a lot, made it worse. Um, I talked to my husband a lot about it. He didn't know better. Like I don't know, like if I look about in like at society right now, oof, there is so many people who I don't know, like who can like of course you can talk to them, but you don't really want to learn from them. Like it's it's like the blind leading the blind sort of situation, you know? Like for example, if you want to have like a really successful relationship, like a really healthy, one of the best relationships on earth, if you look for advice and talk to a person from your, I don't know, like 5 times divorced friend, um, well, you are way more likely to end up 5 times divorced than with the happiest relationship. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's like, yeah. Husband not single, okay, I'm leaving. Why? I thought you have a girlfriend. Oh, okay. I haven't heard that joke once, thankfully. And yeah, I was advising many drivers not to make a new illegal turn downtown last days. Hmm. But yeah. Um it's it's sort of like the life you want, or like the life you will lead, really depends on the life you want and work for. This is something where like I think we like sort of like underestimate it. Because we just, I guess I should find another girlfriend. Why? Um I mean, is that because of you or because of her? She's okay. Is that also a joke? Yeah, okay. It's not a joke. Bruh. How did that work? I never had that one before. But that was cool. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about this? If you were to know how to find women, would it be okay? Okay, so you would stay with her even if you weren't as desperate. Mm. Mm. I mean, are you like, do you want to have this unofficial relationship? Or do you want to have like an actual girlfriend who's there for you? Like, would you like more? Yeah, I thought I would be busy, but I didn't go um to the place. I sent them like a I just sent them like an email. Hmm. How did that turn out, Pandas? Not really something we expected. Hmm. Okay. I don't know. This is also like again coming sort of like down to the problem that like if you know if you don't really want to change anything about your life, like even though it's shitty, uh it's like there's like it's hard to have these talks even because there's no real motivation. I don't know. So it's like to me, I don't know if it's like if it's useful really to like talk about anything, Lobtobi, because it's like I don't really know how to help you if you like you don't say you need help. Like they're I don't know what you need help with. Like people lead the lives they want. If you don't really want a better life or you don't want to like pursue it, there's nobody else is gonna make you. Um yeah, I'm actually I'm not really sure upon this. I think our talk now is very good. Nice to have full attention in chat. I genuinely think our talk is really confusing. And there's no like I don't like there's no point to it. Like it's pointless. It's just small talk of I don't know. Like to me personally, it's just it doesn't feel like the talking is worth anything, you know? Like I don't know if it means anything. to you or to me. So it's nice, Fluffy. Let's go. But yeah, so if you don't have like a goal or want to change anything, um, I think I would go in depth with pandas now. Because yeah, there's people who do have goals, and I don't really like, I'm really sorry, but I just don't really know how to offer you any advice or help or anything, because I don't really like, I don't know. You know, like, just because others tell you your life is like not good or unhealthy, or studies tell you your life is unhealthy, like, if still, like, if you want to live that life, you know, like, not everybody needs to live a healthy life. Not everybody needs to live a long life either. Like, some people would, yeah, rather choose to live 30 years with like drugs and whatever, and then like opt out of the whole thing instead of living 90 years. So that's sort of like the only thing I can tell you. Like, don't, like, just because others say your life is like not good or anything, like, don't let it make your life worse, you know? Like, if you don't like your life, that's absolutely fair, and then we can like work on something else, you know? But if you like your life, even though others don't, like, they don't have to lead your life. Just enjoy. But then it's like then I can't like offer anything, because I'm not gonna tell you to change something you don't want to change. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to change your life even though you don't want to change your life. You know, like, if you're happy or something, you know, it's like, um that's, I don't know, like, there's no point in talking about change. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can just take part in the stream and stuff like this. No problem. You don't need to um want help to take part in these streams. Yeah. Um yeah. The only thing, of course, is like, if anyone is disrupting the stream for like to the point where others don't want to seek out help anymore, then that's not okay. But yeah, other than that, you can also just be here, offer your advice or emotional support to others as well, and just listen to the talk, give your input. That's also completely fine, yeah. You don't need to need help. So, I actually, yeah, I wanted to know about the contract. Like, did they just like, did you have another talk with them, or did they just like send you the offer for the new contract? Like, what was that, just it? And like, are you gonna take it? Like, do you know already? Because I mean, you didn't really like how the whole conversation turned out last time. Or like, do you gonna wait with signing the contract and see if you find something else? Something better maybe? Or nah. Oh. Yeah, we can actually. I thought actually about making doing it in text chat because I thought you don't have much to talk about. But we can also go in voice chat again. Um. Hello.
Alright.
Hello. So, well, yeah. The questions I said.
Okay. So effectively, like I wasn't at work on Thursday,
Yeah.
right? I think I told you that. Um, so on Thursday I received a message on Teams, which I read on Friday morning because I don't have Teams on my private devices.
Yeah.
Basically saying, please, please, uh, please notify me when you are at work again. Like just that, nothing more.
Okay.
Which I did, right?
Yeah.
And then a bit late, like I usually start at like 7 a.m. My boss usually starts somewhere between 8 and 8:30. And so I at around this time I basically received a second message that said, "Could you come around, please?"
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more again. Which was a little bit amusing for me personally, because it kind of was like that would be a response I would give probably, and I think it's kind of an autistic response
Yeah.
in this situation. To just have like this one line, okay, please notify us if you are back, and please come around, because that was like I wasn't panicking or something, but I was like, yeah, okay, it could be that they would just tell me that they won't give me a longer contract or something.
Yeah.
Because it was very very formal, I guess.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
I know what you mean. It's very unemotional, distanced.
yeah, which is I don't know. That's kind of like a response I would give, not because I would like assume that it's just like the information someone needs,
Yeah.
and probably ignore not out of bad intentions, but I would probably ignore the information that someone wants in this scenario.
Yeah.
Which probably kind of triggers a certain learning process, because I never really thought about that too much.
Mm-hmm.
But
Let's get
anyways,
back on
I
topic.
went
Yeah.
there, and I was basically expecting that they would tell me, okay, we talked, no more contract.
Yeah.
And yeah, she basically came pretty much pretty fast to the point and said, yeah, I'm going to push for the new contract next week, so this week effectively. So I should probably hear something about it. That doesn't mean that I will get the contract no matter what. So I'm still kind of looking for a new thing, but not with the same priority as before that, which
Mm.
might be a mistake. But if I'm being honest, I'm a bit too lazy to 100% commit into searching something
That's
new.
fine. Oh. I mean, it's normal. She
All right.
told you that she's gonna push for the new contract, so let's see. But
Yeah.
there could still be like things in the new contract you don't like.
Very unlikely. I would agree with you in regards of the aspect that you could in theory have like contract negotiations with a smaller company, for instance. Or if you are employed at a ZDF with your own contract, right?
Mm.
But that's more of a situation where you have like the bigger companies usually, as far as I know, have like
Standardized
yeah,
contracts.
yeah, or salary brackets, right?
Yeah.
That's like they have like so my old company basically got bought by Accenture. I don't know if you are familiar with Accenture. They basically do everything. They are like a consultant company primarily. They are primarily a consulting company, but when they took us over, there somehow was like a rumor that they even own a car factory in China. So they literally do everything. They yeah.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I know that they have like a huge programming department and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they basically have like this very hierarchical system of positions, I'd say. Which kind of always reminds me to like civil servants, when they get like ranks.
Okay, yeah.
And the rank has like a certain salary bracket, and you are somewhere in between there and can't really negotiate about that.
Yeah.
And yeah, the contracts usually are, at least at the ZDF, they are like all standardized for the students.
Yeah.
Right. So everything's earning the exact same. Everyone has like the exact same holiday
Yeah.
amount of holidays, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So I would most likely receive the exact same contract, with the exception that the dates are a little bit different than they used to be.
Yeah. So how do you feel about this?
Oh, yeah, it's good. Like,
Is that like do you feel like how do you feel about like the things they sort of like said and did? Like do you feel fine about those? Or
okay, I might add a bit more information. Because they not about companies, structures and stuff like that. I try to keep it on to keep it focused. I know I struggle with that sometimes. Um, but they basically said like my boss is going to be promoted,
Yeah.
or maybe not promoted, but she's going into management,
Okay. Yeah.
right? Um, so I'd say that basically is a promotion,
Well.
because it's not going to be like she was the boss of an department, right? And now she's going into management, which, like she only said that she goes into management. Um, so I'd consider it as a promotion of some kind.
Yeah.
And that's like the big boss, right? The mini boss still remains, and she will basically be in the big boss's position until a replacement is found.
Yeah.
My personal opinion in such a scenario usually is like, okay, maybe just give like the mini boss like some time and see how it goes. And if it
Yeah.
goes well, then you find a new mini boss and just promote the mini boss, right?
Mm.
But it could be that the mini boss will disappear as well. Um,
Okay.
because she was like basically the right hand of the big boss in a lot of regards, as
Yeah.
far as I understood that. Um, and yeah, those are the two persons in this in the department that I worked with a lot.
Yeah.
I have contact with some others who work on the same topics as I, so I sometimes have like topic specific conversations with them. But most of them were with the big boss and the mini boss.
Yeah.
Um, and they were like, they again said they are very content with the work I'm doing.
Yeah.
Um, and that they were a bit concerned regarding my the times that I wasn't at work
Yeah.
could be perceived by the next one in line as to be a problem,
Yeah.
which seems a bit paternalizing in my opinion at the first glance, because like, okay, that's not really an argument if you are concerned that this person might be a problem for me because that person couldn't be as open-minded and see it as a problem. Like, okay, but like that's my issue, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't get better if you just decide to not give me the contract because of that.
Yeah.
So my general assumption would be that if you go into management, you probably want to climb the hierarchy a bit more,
Yeah.
right? Like personally for myself, I see myself somewhere in like, I want to get my bachelor, right?
Yeah.
Then I want to go somewhere into middle management where I like earn good money, but not really much, but middle management and have a chill life. That's like my end goal,
Yeah.
right? Uh, some basis where I can say, okay, I will have a good life. Maybe I can see that I put some money aside so that I don't starve
Yeah.
because I won't get any
Okay.
rent
Yeah.
and stuff like that
Mhm.
later on. Um, uh, right? That's basically my end goal. Like for instance, my father was really competitive. Like he really pushed to get up and stuff like that, and he got
Mm.
pretty far, I'd say. Um, and that's like totally not me. Like I just want to chill.
Yeah.
um, right? But if you push for management, that probably means that you want to achieve a bit more. And my assumption would be that she was concerned that if she gives me the contract, I might disappear for a while, being sick. Company has to pay me, right? Because they have to
Yeah.
pay you for 6 weeks. Can't hire a replacement. Gonna be a big clusterfuck. And that it will ultimately fall back on her because she decided to give me the contract,
Mm.
even though I told her that I'm trans, and then she somehow had the concern, okay, I might get more sick days because of that, or in connection with that, and that it might be used against her in some way, right?
Yeah.
That would be my assumption for the actual reason for it, that
Yeah, I
they
mean,
were
that's sort of what
concerned
we
about
talked
that.
about as well, right?
Yeah.
That like they have this limited amount of contracts and then they have like just too much work or like too little workers essentially. And
Yeah. I mean, I basically like that's basically what she told me right away. We ended up talking like almost an hour about stuff, like not only about the contract situation, but also about like work specific things.
were you able to get some like clarification from that talk and like felt like going out of that talk you felt like, okay, this is not really like an um like this is not too much an issue anymore because I understand her reasoning?
I wouldn't say it was an issue of reasoning, that I had an issue with her reasoning or understanding her reasoning, because like I think that I wasn't too far off with my initial understanding of her reasoning back on Thursday, right?
Mm.
Compared to now, at least. So yeah, I don't know, like reasoning wise I can understand it in theory, like if you are somewhat determined to push your career forward, then I can understand why you make certain decisions, right?
Mm.
But that doesn't mean that I consider them to be right.
Yeah. So you're still pissed off about it, or
Uh, thing is, like, I usually work like if I go to sleep, like if I'm pissed, okay, I'm really pissed about something, and usually if I go to sleep afterwards, it's kind of like a reset button,
Mhm.
and then it basically has to happen again, uh, for me to get to the same level of being pissed again.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I have this that I don't have this this how is it called, those thought loops about it,
Mhm.
but I don't get like as emotional again and again, like there are people who will think about a topic and that really triggers them to the point that they really are
Just
emotional.
triggered. Yeah.
Yeah, that they are triggered.
Yeah.
And usually for me it's like I have the incident. I'm very emotional in like those rudimentary emotions, I'd say.
Mm.
Like maybe in the more distinct emotions as well, but the like I don't it should be for you pretty much the same, right? Like you feel angry, you feel sad, like those basic stuffs, and they are easier to hold on, right? They're easier to spot.
Yeah.
Like that's how it is for me. Like I can. It's not that I'm like a robot without emotions. Um, well, that's a funny thing, by the way. How people perceive autism in
No,
general.
I think it's not funny. It's actually really, really depressing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, but it's like, okay, yeah, it's probably not fun. I have a tendency it, sorry, it's an interesting thing how people
Yeah.
perceive autism. Um,
It's funny in a ridiculous, tragic way.
would you allow me to get into this topic, or should I return to the other one? Because I feel like if I'm starting to talk about that, it could be,
Mm, well, let's
or
let's
I can
finish the
try to
first
finish
topic
finish the first one.
first, maybe.
Um, so
So you're not
where was
feeling
I?
like pissed off about this anymore because you calmed down, you see her reasoning, even if you don't think it's like optimal, but like whatever, I guess. So like you would take the contract if it's like when it's given
Well,
to you.
I made a decision pretty much directly after I got the news first, and it was
Hmm.
basically I would try to get a contract,
Yeah.
and I would sign the first one that has acceptable conditions
Yeah.
for me that I receive.
Mm.
Right. I wouldn't sign it right away. Um, if I have like the chance of getting another contract within like a reasonable time frame, right?
Mhm.
Like reasonable would be like I already have like if the contract is identical, then I would say okay, reasonable would be to have like a week or something, right? Like
Yeah.
if you already had this contract and you get the exact same contract but only for a longer time frame, um, then 1 week is reasonable, right? If it's a completely new contract, then you can still like stall a little longer with saying like, okay, then you ask how when do you want to have your response, right? Then
Mm.
you can stall like a little bit longer, in my opinion, because you have to think about it. Do you want to take this contract? You don't say them, yeah, I'm basically waiting for another contract, and I want to compare those contracts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you still have probational time, so you could just as well sign the contract and then say, oh yeah, sorry, I decided differently, so I'm just terminating the contract. That would be an option, but that's like I really don't like doing that.
So you would sign the
Because
first, which is okay.
I
So
I
that's
would
sort of
sign the
like
first
the
after like a certain period of time. Um, or well, I would probably sign it right away and then like hand it in after a week or something.
yeah.
If there would be another chance that I might receive another contract in this time frame. And I'm probably keeping to that resolution.
Mm.
Um, it's just unlikely that I will land another contract before I get the one of the ZDF.
Yeah.
Right, but like as I said, I kind of tuned down my efforts to find a new one. But if I find a new one first, then I will take it. So it's basically up to them how fast they are.
Mm.
If they stall it until like the very last second, then yeah, it could be because it's like, yeah, 1 and the 3rd months until my contract ends now, which is in theory enough time to find something new if you are very dedicated to it, which I'm not, so it's unlikely. But yeah, if I would get like an invitation for a job interview, I would probably go to my boss and tell her, yeah, look, I have a job interview because I still applied for things because I didn't get the contract until now, and I needed the security, and I will go to the job interview.
Mm.
So if you want to keep me here because I want to stay here, it would be nice if I receive my contract soon,
Yeah.
and then I will sign it. But if I don't, and if the job interview turns out to be positive for me,
Mm.
then I will sign this contract. I can stall for a week or two, but after that, I'm going to sign that contract if you don't give me the other contract in time because I need that security.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's like too pushy or not, but like from my perspective, and I sometimes struggle to take over the perspective of others.
I think it's
But from
fair.
my perspective, that's basically I mean, the intention is not to make them pressure, right? That's a
No, no, it's
result out
fair.
of it. The
I mean,
intention
even
mainly
if you
is,
were, that's also fair.
yeah,
Like this is business. Like I don't know. Like you can do that. It's fair. It's like not a family business, and even in family business, people do that. Like I ask for more money from my mom. Like it's fair. I don't know. Like you don't get more money or like better contracts if you don't push. Like I don't like usually people like there's little people who give you more money just like that.
yeah.
Like without asking for it or showing your value and like being like here, see what I do. So don't worry about it. I think it absolutely makes sense. I think it's a good yeah, I think it's good. Like you still look for something, but you don't like overexert yourself because you feel like you would get a contract from them, but you will take the first one, which sounds good. At the same time, like keeping the option of the other one and maybe like seeing if there's like how long you can hold the other one to see their offer to then take the best option. Yeah, I think it's good.
Mm, yeah.
But do you still so there's like you say there's like no I don't know, like no resentment, no anger towards her anymore. It's like you think it's a shitty thing and that's why you might leave now, but at the same time it's like, well, happened. Like now it's over. Sort of.
Yeah, like I don't really have like um
Resentment?
a resentment or something like that.
Mm. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Like, knowing all of this now, would you change anything about your, or like, would you like to change anything about your feelings or reaction in the beginning to this situation?
I mean, my reaction. I think my reaction was fine.
I don't mean necessarily towards them, although this is, of course, also included. But
Like my general reaction to
yeah.
them was fine, besides the circumstance that I highly reduced my work output. um, but that was more of a yeah, I don't know. Like I think you have to expect that if you like basically drop something like that on someone, then that is going to have like consequences. And it's not that I didn't work; it just I was way slower,
Mm.
like a lot slower, and yeah, that's basically like a motivational thing, right?
Mm.
If you say and there are different approaches to it. Like if you say one person, yeah, you might terminate the contract because of the reasoning that was given to me, then another person could say, okay, now I'm really going to try and show them that they should keep me no matter what.
Mm.
Even though I might have like bigger or a higher amount of sick days in the
Mm.
future. I just show them by the quality of my work.
Yeah.
Um, that wasn't really my approach. um, for me, it was like, I mean, to call it an approach is probably wrong, because that kind of suggests that it's like, yeah, now I won't work well until they give me the contract on purpose, so they have to give me the contract. Like that would be a very stupid approach, right? Because then you won't get the contract either way. I rather mean that I basically like work my work heavily relies on my personal motivation.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is what I understood at the beginning. Then I got confused again, but now I'm with you again. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So you're fine with that. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So is there anything
And
you
then
sort
the
of
third
wish
component
would have been less,
would be
or?
my reaction regarding my communication with third parties about it,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and like you, for instance, um, and the stream in general. And I honestly wouldn't change that either,
Mm-hmm.
because like I think I initially told you that I just want to rant a bit,
Mm-hmm.
um, which I did, right? And that I think I didn't like started to dump a lot of misinformation or stuff like that about or like things that discredit anyone or the ZDF in particular,
Are you
right? Like,
concerned about those things, or why do you bring them up? Because technically, you could also just say like, "No, I'm fine with everything."
oh no, I just think that it's more interesting to understand my thought process behind it. I mean,
So
I
you're
can
like, there's no concern that that it came across this way.
I mean,
I'm just
if I
asking because,
compare,
like, if there would be, like, I didn't really see it that way, and I think
so no,
maybe no
to
one did.
give you the short answer, uh, I wouldn't have changed anything about my behavior towards third parties. Um, the long answer includes the reasoning, which would be like I didn't just dumped a pile of shit on the company and the persons involved verbally, right? I didn't went on a rant where I posted this on, I don't know, the official ZDF or work subreddit or something like that. So
Mm.
I contained it to a certain degree. I didn't went personal towards the individuals involved.
Yeah,
So
I
it
think it was good.
basically was a rant that I was unhappy with the situation without overstepping any red lines that could exist in any way.
Mm.
Um, and I think if my big boss or the mini boss would have been in chat in this particular case um, last Thursday and would have known that they are meant with it, um, if they would react as most people would react and not like outliers, then I think they would understand my reasoning behind my rant.
Yeah, I think so
and
too.
and I think that they wouldn't be like personally attacked. Like it could of course be that they would be personally attacked, but then that would be a completely different issue. But I wouldn't say that that's my issue in that case, but rather an issue of them uh being too prideful or something. It is very specific scenario. Not that I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that they would react that way. Um
Would you
yeah.
like to feel, I don't know, to be less angry in the first place or something? Or no?
Honestly, no. No, I wouldn't want to.
Good.
Uh because that has a different reasoning, and I think in different situations of my life I might have a different answer for that. It's just that like sometimes being pissed at something can be beneficial,
Yeah.
in my opinion,
No,
because
I
it
think being
might
angry is not
distract
necessarily
you
bad, yeah.
from it might distract you from I mean, generally speaking, emotions usually aren't bad for the average human because they have a use case, right?
Yes.
Um, it's just like the question is just how far do you let your emotions take you in which situation,
Mm.
and how much do you let your emotions control you compared to letting you control your emotions,
Yeah.
right? So, like being super angry and aggressive might be beneficial if someone takes something away from you that you need to survive, right? I don't know, you are a caveman. Someone takes away your food, you are basically starving, and you get super aggressive right away. You might get that food back. Um,
Yeah.
um, then it can be beneficial. It's not beneficial if someone, quote unquote, takes away your girlfriend. Um, and you decide to beat them up. That's not beneficial. It won't give you anything back. Would be a situation where you should probably rather control your emotions than letting your emotions control you, right?
Yeah.
Um, but that doesn't mean that getting angry is a bad emotion in general. Um, it's just dependent on the use case and how you implement it to your life, I'd say.
Yeah, it's
Um,
about what you do with that emotion. Yeah.
yeah, in my case, it was basically a tool, kind of, that put my mind on another focus,
Mm.
right? So I got a bit away from the whole trans topic. Uh, I got a bit away that my autism therapist was in the United States, which was a pretty huge thing for me, actually, uh,
Yeah.
because I know how the US are at the moment, and how people were being treated who went there to work and ended up being locked away for quite a while and stuff like that. And I really wasn't happy that she went there, but she had to, so she did. Funnily enough, she was very concerned about plane crashes. Um, and she like tried to talk me out of being concerned, uh, and she made like a mistake which she regretted, was like, oh yeah, and I could, uh, because I was like, yeah, I'm concerned that you go there and border control will just lock you up or something, because
Mm.
you will have your work stuff with you, and she was like, uh, uh, oh yeah, and I could be run over by a car or something, and I couldn't change that. And that really didn't help in this situation.
That was like,
Because
thanks.
the
Now I'm
next thing
anxious
I was
about two
doing was
things.
turning on my PC and giving her this fucking statistic uh, of lethal road accidents in the United States compared to Germany. Uh, um,
Yeah.
Due to traffic incidents.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and boy, oh boy, they don't look good. Like,
Mm.
US is by far not the worst. Um, but if you go into like a statistics, and you look up Germany, it's like really one of the better countries. Like, I mean, the best country is like San Marino or something, like the very small, very small countries, or island states where you don't have too many cars anyway, because like the Maldives, for instance, I think they have like a pretty good statistics in terms of traffic casualties compared to the to or traffic casualties per 100,000 inhabitants, right? Uh,
Yeah.
but Germany has like a pretty good quota, because like getting your driver's license is rather tough in international comparison, right? Um, and the US has like twice as many, or twice as many, no, three times as many traffic incidents that end up deadly per 100,000 inhabitants. Uh,
Mm.
so that really wasn't like a good thing to them in this situation. Yeah, but then we ended up talking about the chance of a plane crash in general,
Mm.
because it was like, I asked, is she going with Boeing or Airbus? Because the 737 Max, Boeing 737 Max, is like the plane that it basically had like a software issue that
Mm.
caused the plane's nose to pull down,
Yeah.
right? Um, and Boeing handled that really shitty, because they didn't want to fix it, and didn't really communicate it with the pilots. So there were like those, I think, 2 or 3 incidents um, that ended up with the plane crashing.
Yeah.
Um, and we kind of talked about it, and then like the statistically speaking, you have like one plane crash in every couple million, or one incident of plane malfunction, not necessarily a crash, in every I don't know how many million starts, right?
Yeah.
With professional companies,
Yeah.
or professional airlines. Should probably look a bit different with like Bush pilots and stuff like that. And she ended up saying, yeah, that kind of helped me, or well, helped her. That we actually talked about that.
Yeah.
Because she has like a lot of people, pretty much fear of flying.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. That just was a funny coincidence, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I
Alright.
forgot where we came from.
So how do you feel right now in general? And I would leave you with this question for a second because I need to pee.
Okay. Yeah. Flying in general is safe. By the way, I want to work, right? Fluffy, I want to work. I just don't want to work particularly hard, right? So I want to work, spend my, my 40 hours a week, maybe a bit less. I don't know. But I don't want to push for the, yeah, I'd make like 20 hours overtime a week to get into the into the upper management and stuff like that. I'm too lazy for that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're probably right. No, I understood the stereotype. Yeah, but flying in general is safe, I'd say. If you look towards the statistics, it is super safe. It's just that the reason behind it is not because it's more safe than driving a car. I'd say if driving a car would somewhat compare to flying a plane in terms of the security infrastructure behind it. So like if you would be in contact with a tower that coordinates where exactly you are allowed to drive and stuff like that, then driving a car would be a lot safer, right? But due to the nature that every moron can get a license and drive on the autobahn in a ludicrous manner, driving a car is a lot more unsafer, right? But generally speaking, it's more likely that you die in a car crash than that you die in a plane crash. I think the fear that people have is that if something goes wrong on the plane, it is way more likely that it could turn up lethal compared to having some kind of issue with your car, right? Because you are up in a metal tube 10,000 kilometers above the sea level. And if both your engines fail there, you won't just roll out and have to sit on the side of the track until someone picks you up, but you rather have, well, a really, really shitty day.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, I mean the statistic on skydiving. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like it's safe if you have the necessary precautions, right? I think that it is still something where I would say I don't care about the statistical risk that something could go wrong. It is enough for me that something might happen, that I wouldn't want to do it. Because if something happens when you skydive, it is very likely to be lethal.
Is
Right?
skydiving the one with the parachute or the one with this where you like sit in this and then have the, I don't know, tiny plane, whatever, above you?
I think skydiving should be Fallschirmspringen. So basically you
With the
jump out
parachute,
of a
yeah.
plane. You jump out of a
Yeah.
plane,
A
fall
friend
a
of ours
while, and then
actually
you
did skydiving a couple of
yeah.
days. Like he did one of those like skydiving courses where you have like a couple, like one jump a day or something for like a week.
Mhm.
And he missed the landing point entirely and then landed in a tree. And with that, his skydiving experience came to an end because he didn't want to do it anymore. um, he also like, what was it like? Was he like actually flying in a? Was he hanging there, or was he then? Was he actually like sort of like hugging the tree? I don't even know anymore. But they did like a couple of jumps, like 2 days, I think they did, and he was really scared of them. And he didn't enjoy it that much, but because his like family and his mom was doing it, he did it too because it was supposed to be a family thing. And then on that day, I don't know, he just sort of like, I don't know why, but he just messed up the like sides of it. I probably because of panic, stuff like this. And yeah, then absolutely flew sideways into a tree and had to wait there till people, I don't like, cut him out of the tree, sort of.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Our other neighbor did this like not skydiving with the parachute, but this thing with the where you have this like tiny plane above you, like triangular shape thing. Um and he actually broke his back, but he's not paralyzed, luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these are all of the things I remember. The experiences I have around me.
Yeah. One tiny thing. If 10 people died in 3.6 million jumps during a year, doesn't that mean that like I mean I might have a thought issue here, but doesn't that mean that the chance should be like 1 to 365 365,000, or at
Mm,
least 1 out of
I
365,000
think
jumps
wasn't there like a
was
weird
lethal.
thing where like in America a million is not a million in German?
No, that's billion.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
but
like basically America goes million, billion, trillion, and Germany goes Millionen, Milliarden, Billion. So a German billion, Billionen is an American trillion.
oh yeah.
So a billionaire doesn't have in German eine Billion Dollar,
So
but has
yeah, but this is
okay.
like still like, does fluffy mean like German million or English million?
That's the same.
Wait, what? No, I thought. Ah, yeah. Okay.
Million is exactly the same in English as it is in German.
Yeah.
The difference starts from German Milliarden onwards.
True, true.
Because we say Million, Milliarden, Billionen, Billiarden. We have like those this one additional step.
Yeah, yeah.
And in English, you skip that step and go to the next higher word. So we
Okay.
basically have like we have it easier to count higher, basically.
But yeah, I think you're right. It should be like 1 in 365,000 then.
Yeah, and if you consider winning the lottery as getting out any money, then I would agree with you, because the chance to win anything isn't like too. I think you win as soon as you have 3 times the right number. And I checked up the numbers sometimes, and that's basically like you have, I think in the most common game modification, you have like, I think more than 1 out of 100 people will at least have 3 right picks, statistically speaking.
But how is it winning the whole thing?
Winning the whole thing is probably the most prominent number in this regard, because that should be like 1 to 140 million.
1 to 140 million?
Yes, if you have all 6 guesses right and you guess the Superzahl in German.
And that's
so the
that's what you need
additional,
to get the whole cash thing, right?
that's what you need to get the jackpot, yes.
Why does anybody play lottery? What the fuck, bro? That's like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell? That's like no chance. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Let's get back on topic.
I mean, honestly,
So,
I
yeah.
think there are worse things. Like you can spend your money on worse things than
Yeah, for example, like
than Lotto.
drugs or like anything which is other than that, like inherently like making you suffer and like unhealthy.
Honestly, I
So
would say
cigarettes.
sport bets are worse than Lotto.
Are they? Isn't it like 50-50 with most of the sports bets?
It is 50-50 indeed. If you assume that you have like 2 equal teams that play an indefinite number. Oh no, it's not 50-50, not quite. But if you assume that it's like 2 equal teams playing against each other, then they will get the same amount of wins, the same amount of losses, the same amount of draws over an indefinite number of games they play.
Yeah.
Since the teams aren't equal, you have good chances to tip right?
Yeah.
But your quota will suck, because the quota is rigged so that you won't gain any money, because otherwise the company that offers you the bet would be very stupid if they give you better
Okay,
quotas.
I see that, but at the same time, like if you buy cigarettes, you get cancer. You
Yeah.
pay for cancer.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's worse.
Yeah, but
Like
honestly,
just losing your money is like less bad, I feel like. Like you could throw your
Yeah,
money
y-
like out of the window and that would be better.
objectively speaking, yes. Objectively speaking, yes. You can there are definitely a lot more worse circumstances, but that always kind of depends. Like you could argue the same for spending money on alcohol, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if you drink any alcohol or not.
not really. No.
Yeah, okay. I used to drink a lot. That's why I stopped. Um, but it's like with alcohol, you could argue, yeah, alcohol is having a negative impact on you regardless of the amount you drink. A bigger amount just have a bigger impact. But so you could argue that spending money on playing Lotto could be better, or is better than spending money on alcohol, right? Because you will lose your money if you play Lotto and you pay for 140 million tickets.
Yeah.
You will win pretty frequently. Statistically speaking, you will like you will win the jackpot. Statistically speaking,
When statistically speaking.
well, if you buy 140 tickets, then you can
Yeah.
go through all of the combinations and you will win the jackpot, right? In this scenario, you will just win the jackpot once and you won't get anything
What?
from the minor wins.
With 140 you have all the combinations?
140 million, yes.
140 million. It's a million.
I
It
might
was
have
like
swallowed the million.
140? Like what?
No. If you have like the reason why the possibility lays at 1 to 140 million is because you have 140 million possible combinations. So if you buy 140 million tickets, you will get a jackpot, but you will have spent significantly more on those tickets.
Yeah. Okay, what are we getting at?
What I'm trying to get at is it really depends on how dedicated or how determined you are towards playing, because there are a lot of people who really fucked up their life, who really fucked up their life because of gambling, right? And playing Lotto isn't anything different towards to traditional gambling forms.
I think it is technically different to traditional gambling. Also,
Why?
how many people did ruin their lives because of alcohol?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
So
point out. Like,
I still
it's
think,
very,
honestly, like if you spend your money on something, like I think lottery is better than alcohol. In any case.
yeah, it's just like I think like the biggest
Hi, MG Gaming.
addiction types in Germany are generally speaking alcohol and nicotine.
Yeah.
Um,
Hi, Pyro. You got the gifts up? Wait, what? You're able to share the gifts up just now? Nice. Let's go, Pyro.
yeah, Fluffy, but that's like what I mean. Like if you lose 350,000 euros.
350k, how do you even lose that money? I don't even have that money.
Yeah, but usually like if you make bets, how is it called? The betting office
Can give
is
you credits?
is very, very
Mm.
happy to offer you a credit, right? Because
Yeah,
like
and
even if
it's a
you can't
shitty credit,
afford
of
it
course.
right away, they have this claim on paper that you owe them money, and they haven't invested money into that. And as I said, like the quotas are always against you. Which is where I was initially going for, that I think that playing Lotto is a lot better than playing than betting on sports, because Lotto is straight up with the chances. Like they say, okay, look, you have shitty chances. You might win a
Mm.
lot, but you have very shitty chances. Sports bet are usually more subtle with it. Like they suggest that you can win a lot of money only based on your knowledge of that sport.
Essentially, we started actually with just talking about chances in general. So we're not really, yeah, I don't really know how we came to this, um, to the difference
because
between
of
sports betting and
because
normal betting. But the initial point was that spending your money on like lottery is probably better than spending it on alcohol or anything that gives you like an inherent like health risk. Like I don't know, like drugs and cigarettes and like all of these things.
yeah.
And then we got into more technical examples.
Yeah. But my point, like, I think Lotto, it's better to play Lotto if you just want to like casually bet sometimes. Not because your chances of winning anything is better, but mainly because Lotto has like a pretty tight contract, and a lot of the money actually goes to towards taxes at the end of the day, because they have like I don't know, some like social responsibility component to it, that they are even allowed to host that game.
Um,
So
I think I
yeah.
would maybe use this to come back to the topic of the stream now.
Okay. Sorry.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It was interesting, definitely. I just feel like I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
you
some
just
things I really
kind of
want
have to catch
to
me.
ask MG Gaming, and so if you don't mind, I feel like this we're like here because there's like nothing really deep to talk about anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm
Okay.
definitely glad that your work is better now and that you have this contract to look forward to, and that the whole situation like at least looks like it dissolved, sort of. So
Yeah.
let's see what the future brings.
Okay. I mean, maybe I will come around on Thursday and
Yeah,
be like,
exactly.
oh, they didn't give me a contract.
No, I hope you come with the news that they did give you a contract. But we'll
I
see.
don't think they are that fast.
We stay
I
hopeful.
think they will probably take like 2 or 3 weeks, to be
Oh,
honest.
okay, fair.
But yeah.
Well, maybe you have
Okay.
another contract to report on at that point.
Yeah, could be, could be.
All right. So, see you then. Bye.
Bye bye.
So, I read the word mental health, immediately clicked. Oh, you're also interested in mental health. I'm glad. How are you doing? And MG Gaming, welcome also to the stream. And I wanted to ask you, how are you doing? And I'm glad you're sober now for a week. Your friend made like 20K a month. You played some years and just after. You made 20K a month. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, with that much money, you can also do useful things, or you gamble and lose 350K. He played some years, and just after losing a whole house, he was like, I can't play anymore, and got help for himself. I'm glad he got help. He at least stepped out at some point, right? I mean, it's sad though that he lost the house first. But I feel like sometimes we really need to encounter grave consequences first to really get that we can't keep going like this anymore. Good luck, Pyro. I was still getting out. Okay. Yeah, we started sort of with like addictions in general a little bit. Because we started talking about chances. So we were like, okay, like the chance to crash with a plane, for example, is really little. And the chance of like parachuting, Fluffy was giving the example that the chance of like to die while parachuting is actually less than like it's more likely that you win the lottery than to die while parachuting. So that was sort of the point where we then took off into the huge discussion, which like what better, like what are the worst ways than like gambling sort of to lose money, which well, we started with lottery, which is not really like gambling and like really gambling addiction connected, right? But which made us sort of like get to the point of like, well, like alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, like all of those give you like serious health implications. But yeah, I don't know. We sort of, I guess, ended with all addictions really suck. So, like, if it's any addiction, it's like fucked up anyhow. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, I can't even hold the freaking plate because of my muscle pain. So, this is sort of what we were talking about. No, Toby, you did the joke already. It wasn't funny the first time. I don't know how clear I need to make this. I also don't think it's a common joke because I have never had the joke once. I'm not laughing. I'm smiling and like the hell are you doing? Okay, you need to read body language way better. Because there's the situation of polite laughing. That's a very commonly used thing. Yeah. And you still keep going, which I don't know why. So no, I don't. Okay. So if you do it again or make any other stupid joke, I'm gonna ban you too. And I'm gonna do it. Not because of him, but because I don't think your jokes are funny. And that you make them while you got the feedback and still keep on going is making me pissed off by you because you don't respect my rules for the stream. You get that? Like, I'm sorry I have to be a little bit aggressive here, but we had this topic once already, so I feel like I had to make it clear. No, this is not like this is the harshness you get, you know, when you don't get the less harsh version. It's like it's a reaction sort of level, you know? You didn't get the first 3 levels. So now you're at like level 4. You know? And you were at level 4 in the beginning, and then you said like, oh, yet you laugh, chuckling. And sort of try to put it in a positive light where I felt like, okay, you didn't get it yet. So now level 5, you know? Then you said like you were already banned for this. So you actually are aware of the fact what this joke does. So that now we're level 6, sort of, you know? Oh, Kraken. I thank you a lot for the sub. We'll see if that makes his motivation more, but we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are very bad with boundaries. Actually, there's a lot of people who are very um who prioritize like viewers and success more as well. It's also a common issue, actually. You know. Yeah. Definitely. Pyro, I see you. So, so you're doing not too well, MG Gaming? How are you not doing too well? How do you feel? Kraken last year lost 100k, this year 40k. Damn. Get this stuck at war, 4 years, can't leave the house. No prospects of how the future and could be looking like. All I do is work pretty much most of the time. Hmm. Where do you live, if I might ask? Or like how do you mean stuck at war? Is the war like sort of in your hometown, or are you a soldier at someplace else and sort of like not getting home? Thank you so much for 2 gifted subs, Clark. I really appreciate this. Ukraine, I'm a soldier. Escaped from war. Stuck at home. Hmm. When I'm not gambling, I'm donating. Is that bad? Well, it sort of depends, right? I think what addiction is really showing us that is that everything can be bad if it's done in a way where you regret it afterward. If you like donating itself, if you ask anybody, it would be like, oh no, it's like such a good thing, especially if it's like to charities or like people in need, right? Like, oh, so honorable, whatever. But for example, if you were to have a family and you donate like every last euro to some charities to the point where your family and yourself, you don't have like proper food and you like barely like get over the month, then it's bad, right? So I feel like this is really what sort of addiction is about. Like, you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to social media, you can be addicted to porn, you can be addicted to like just sort of like hoarding things, and that can be like about very specific things like these posts, how they called, like the post sales, postcard sticker thingies, you know what I mean? And it can also just be like something really different, like for example shoes or whatever. Family, I spend 3 to 5k euros per month on gambling, giving away money, and now it's less, more like 2 to 3k. So how are you and your family getting by? Is it like, do you still have enough money? Like, are you okay, or are you really like, are there months where it's a problem that you give that much money away? We're great, just bought a new apartment. Okay, so one could argue that you actually do have the money. Why is it negative? Because this is like the thing about an addiction. Like, an addiction is coined that it's something you sort of like, you do it and it's something you keep on doing, like it's a repetitive behavior where there's a lot of feelings of like regret and shame connected to it. So like afterwards you regret it or feel shameful about it. But even so that afterwards you regret having done it and would love to be able to change that you did do it. Um, you, instead of being able to change your behavior, you do it again. So it doesn't, like, just doing something doesn't necessarily mean that you're addicted. Like there's people like really love watching porn. Um and if they like stand behind it with everything, it's like if there's no regret, if there's no shame, if they don't want to change anything about this, other people might say it's an addiction, but we can't really know if it is because we don't know if that person can voluntarily stop with the behavior or not. Where an addiction is like a really important factor that you can't stop even if you want to. I make around 10 to 13K a month. It's negative because I'm scared of it going out of control. Has it ever been out of control? I left the military. That's from my business. Somebody's like, what do you do if you earn that much? Don't mind if I, I got paid $500 a month in the military, which is what most do. As for the business, I'm in IT. Got a couple of employees working for some clients. Oh, nice. I actually studied game engineering IT before I sort of like started getting into mental health and psychology. I feel like I can stop, but at moments of deep, deep stress, I feel like drowning and lose care. Spending money makes sense. Okay. So you do recognize for yourself that it's a coping mechanism. Is that correct? Do you think any coping is bad? I hate it. I want to cope differently. All right. How would you like to cope? I want to spend more time with my wife, for example. Hmm. So it's not really about the spending money, it's more about that you don't spend time with your wife because you gamble in that moment. Or is it also that you sometimes, instead of spending time with your wife, you are in streams and like donating? Or is it more that you uh, gamble only? Like, is it still both of those situations or only one of them? Oh, okay. So she also works a lot. I mean, okay, so she's very ambitious, I see. Have you talked to her about wanting to spend more time? I bet. I haven't. We started, and we're doing a bit better. That sounds good. Um, is it at the point where you feel satisfied? Like you're satisfied with the time you guys spent together? Or would you still like to spend even more time? Or also more time with, I don't know, if there's kids involved or anything, or friends? Take it for example, last month. She went to Spain for a month to visit her mother. First week was fine, but then I got lonely, depressed, stressed, and started stress gambling. Mm. Do you have friends? Like friends you can talk to, really? No? Okay, so what I'm getting as of now, and I'm just gonna put it out there, okay? And then you, like, like, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just like the vibes, sort of like I'm feeling. Um, what I'm sort of feeling right now is that you're dependent on your wife, in sort of like a social way. Not financial or anything, but you like emotionally. And that is when she leaves or she doesn't have time for you, you really lack that connection, and you don't, like, there's no way for you to satisfy that need. And maybe that's also why actually your gambling is sort of side by side with donating to streams. Because, for example, if you were to donate here, it would have this like huge reaction, right? Like with every streamer, I bet it's like this like whole thing of like, oh, thank you so much, and oh my god, you're so nice, blah blah blah, yada yada. And while that's of course like like we get it, right? Like that happens, like that it makes sense as well, like, right? Like those people are grateful. But exactly, you get like positive emotions from people, and there's, in a way, you feel a connection to that person, without having to necessarily build it beforehand, right? Because there's like different types of connections you can have. And for example, the connection with your wife is a connection which was built for years, right? Like you know each other really well, and you just get each other, probably, I hope so. Um, which is sort of the connection you would have to a friend as well. Like a friend you like know for some time and you just like really know them. But to a certain extent, you can get a slightly similar, or at least for a moment, a slightly similar connection from people if you do something really, really nice from them, like a donation. Like usually, especially in streams, this can sort of buy you a more special status, right? Because you're not one of those viewers anymore, but now you're the person where like every message gets read and stuff like this. Mm, so I think that's sort of like why the donation thing is in there, because it sort of gives you this like social connection. Um, and okay, so you used to have friends, but they worked for my company and things went bad eventually. Okay. That's a thing I don't know, like we hear in society more often, right? Um, but yeah, I think you need friends. Like every person has needs, right? And these are like really different. And I don't mean like, oh, you need to eat, you need to drink. But what I mean is, and let me give you the list of my needs. Just as an example, because these do look different for people. Like there's sort of like an average, and we have a lot about like a lot of studies that like sort of we're all like a little bit the same, but like how they specifically look and which things those needs are fulfilled by is really different per person. So, for example, my needs are read and learn, study more about psychology. That's my intellectual need. Um, then, for example, if I, for example, read or learn something about AI, it's not fulfilling this need. it's like I can do that, and one could argue like, well, it's still like intellectual, you still learn something, but this is not fulfilling this need actually. Like it really needs to be a topic where I don't know, I just there's like a different like it feels different. Um and the topic of psychology really feels like it's really close to my heart, and it feels like I learned something for life. So this is how it's like really intellectually sort of like yeah, fulfilling in that moment. Then one of it is purpose, another one is flow, then like physical exercise, for example, gym, bouldering, stuff like this. Then there's like a social need, which is like friends or playing D&D, painting minis with friends, playing board games, stuff like this. Then there is like a need for to be grounded and like meditation, nature, to sort of like really, like be a human on earth type situation. And then there's a need for love, which is not only intimacy, but also just connection, like really, really deep connection, which is sometimes also fulfilled by the stream here, for example. And then there's a creative sort of need, which I fulfill by just, I don't know, like I have some Minecraft tutorials. Like I sometimes, like, for example, like this thing I made here is a little bit of that. Like, I don't know, then I make merch and stuff like this, or like character sheets, like D&D is also something like this. So there's like a lot of different needs, right? You have. And I feel like it's I notice for myself, and I think this is sort of the same for everybody, where of course I can't tell, right? Like we never know. But I think this is the same for everybody. I think everybody has some of those needs where we need them fulfilled to feel good and to just be in green. And what I mean being green is, for example, that if I don't have all of these needs fulfilled, I might, for example, feel shittier about myself. I might see myself as less smart, or I might have less self confidence. I might see myself as less pretty. Like it's starting with superficial things, but it's all the way going to essentially like your character and how you stand behind your own character. And if you're just happy with life. So, for example, with the physical thing, you could feel like groggy or like you don't have a lot of energy. Um, with the social thing, you could feel like really isolated and lonely. With the creative thing, is like for me, usually it's like I feel like unmotivated and I just have like less drive, sort of, And so, like, all of these needs, if they're not fulfilled, there's like things which happen, sort of, and things how they change our mental state and our mental health state. Um, so I don't know. You now know that your social need is not fulfilled, and that your coping mechanism for that is either buying that sort of social connection from people or gambling because money feels good, sort of. And that's also probably one of the reasons why you're like that rich, because money is like low key connected to it's just more connected and more important to you than to others. And that's why you like focus on it. Yeah, you can ask a question, MG Gaming, for sure. I need to work on my body, be positive, be consistent in many aspects, but I can't fulfill them. Well, I can, but I feel tired because you didn't fulfill all of those needs. These needs are not. With needs, it's really hard to sort of like fulfill them, but don't overexert yourself. And at the same time, the different needs you have will give you rest for other aspects. So, for example, by doing physical exercise, to like a certain degree, we know, for example, as physical exercise can help against depression because we know that people who are depressed have less initiative, and because you do something physically, it's like on one hand, of course, it's giving you like dopamine to like physically exercise, but at the same time, it's like making you do something. So it sort of like keeps your initiative going, which is, yeah, reducing the chances of you being depressed. And we also know that the body sort of like, um, we like spend the same amount of energy every day. Like it doesn't matter too much what we do, but like depending on like our muscles and like how much we weigh and like how much fat cells and how much brain and like stuff like this, like just depending on our body in that moment, we have a certain amount of energy we will expend over the day. But well, if we don't do anything like physically with it and maybe just like sit there the entire day, um, we will have more energy to be inflamed. And we actually know that if people like don't use their energy for anything else, we see more inflammation in their bodies. And for example, also overthinking is one of the things which is sort of like considered to have to do with like having too much energy, essentially. Like your body is low-key like looking around and it's like what do I do with this? I don't know. Let's have anxiety. Um because like that's the thing it can do while like resting, right? Like if you just sit on the couch the entire day, your body still has that energy. And like it can do, for example, this like weird thing like with your leg and stuff like this, but it can also just be that you overthink because your brain is using a lot of energy. So that's one way to actually like get that energy out. Um so yeah, there's also how exercise helps with overthinking. And so like there's different needs which offer us different things. Um and so for example, they're like I don't know, the my purpose thing is this stream essentially. It's like help people, be there for people, like listen and try to have a positive impact on people's lives and help them to have a better life. And this is helping me with, for example, like there's like so many negative news in the world right now, right? And this is helping me to handle those because I don't think like I don't do anything, you know? Like I know that I do something and I help some people. So this is sort of like how I can use that energy of like seeing all these like news of like unfair things happening and like things which shouldn't be the case. Like this is how I can do something. Because usually we're like meant to do something, right? Like if we if we see something really bad, like back then, like caveman style, right? Like we were supposed to act and like do something. Um, and so I don't know. For me, it's really like I don't know. This is how I can act in that moment, and this is not only how I can act, but also how I feel like my actions help and matter. So what if I stream and do the same thing? I mean, you can definitely try. I think it's definitely like an individual thing. So I don't know if like if you just say that sort of because like that's the one way I told you now, it might not work for you, you know? Like you might have like your feeling for purpose might be a different because I feel purpose for this, but there's many ways you can help society. Like you could also, I don't know, like study law and then be like a lawyer, right? And like help people like get them out of like shitty cases and stuff like this. Like there's a lot of ways how you could feel purpose. And for me at least, mental health is like low-key one of the only things where I really feel purpose. So it's definitely not something where you just need to help, but you need to find a way where you feel the purpose while you're helping, sort of. I'm worried that you say you like talking to people because you're socially and emotionally depraved. I don't like I'm not trying to like gatekeep streaming, okay? But this is just things link together a lot of the times, you know? So it's sort of like it's really it's not easy sadly to like really find out what you need. But definitely like, like try it. And it could also give you a sense of social connection, definitely. Like also if you don't like help people with a mental health stream, like even if you just have a gaming stream. Um but yeah. So there's like different things. But I do want to add that social connection online is really not the same thing as IRL. Like I tried that myself. It's not the same thing. I'm really sorry it's not. Like this is an asymmetric sort of like relationship we have here. Like I don't see your faces. I just have your text. I need to sort of like read between the lines, like what's going on and if everything is fine and stuff like this. Like online is like I spent my whole teen years online. Yeah. It's not the same. Let me quickly read the message of MG Gaming. How could one cope with the fact that you no longer see a point in living, but you're scared to commit suicide? Yeah, exactly, because this is a heavy question, and I want to pay attention to this real quick. Um, get therapy. You need therapy. Are you in therapy already, MG Gaming? Or have you been in therapy at some point? And is therapy available to you? And hi, Sal. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? It's about giving your life a sense so you don't want to. You can start small with just minor sense. So you don't what things you do, starting with walks or making a game, for instance, etc. Even if you don't feel like you can find yourself a purpose. Happy times it's about some find the thought itself. Well, I don't know. Didn't really see the first time it was appreciated, but MG Gaming, are you still here? I would really like to know if you've ever considered therapy of it, or if it's an option to you even. I don't like therapy, but that's just me. Why do you not like therapy? Dumb flag. It's more invasive than therapeutic. Why are you scared of this? How's that bad? Into gaming. I'm thinking about it. I've been suppressing it with gaming for years since my long distance girlfriend goes to 2 weeks ago. Say it with me, guys. We can't be dependent on women. This is a red flag, okay? We need to be independent emotionally. If it only works because of your woman, it doesn't work. Because it should work on your own. And it's like, it's good that you have a wife at the moment, but like it doesn't mean like you shouldn't, you know? That's why I never told her I was depressed. That it's not making it better. It's this is not about like the wife, because like, of course, negative that somebody else is dependent on her makes the whole thing toxic, low-key, but like there's like a lot of negative things which can happen to this, but we're just gonna like, we're gonna put that picture away, okay? Like her problems are like, she can also come talk about them, you know, but and then we're gonna talk about them. Right now it's like about you. If you are dependent on another person, it it makes you dependent. Like it's in a word actually. Yeah, but this is exactly it. Like things happen. Relationships like break apart. People die. People get sick so that they don't have energy and time. And that you need to like help them the entire time, right? Like there's a lot of different things which can happen, which is just like, it's necessary, I think, to be emotionally independent. Like I feel like financially you don't need to. If you have like a good contract, like every person involved is happy, like fine, you know? And I don't know, like also like physically, even like there, like if you're disabled, your partner is like happy to adjust to that, it's fine, right? Like everybody's happy involved. Emotional dependency, really, really complicated to have a good relationship with that. Genuinely, really, really complicated. One of the things where I would argue, no way. Like possibly, but I don't know how. But yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing, right? Like it's really like emotionally dependent, like being emotionally dependent on your partner also means that, yeah, like you can't tell them anything, or that you're like, they will sort of like give you the opinion, which makes you sort of like really easy to be in a toxic relationship. Oh, I have impermanence, but it's not normal for happiness to be completely replaced with pain. No, definitely. But this is why you definitely need therapy. And you would have needed therapy before already, even though you coped with your girlfriend. Definitely get therapy. Like this is, you know, like you deserve help. Like you deserve a better life. And it's no sign of weakness to get therapy. It's a sign of strength, because it needs accountability. It needs responsibility. It means that you saw how your life looks on your own, and that you know your problems, and you see that while you may be able to fix them, it takes time, and you see the how big those problems are. And that it's good to ask for help. And it's taking the responsibility to get to a better place in your life. It's taking the responsibility to not be toxic anymore, because usually when we are like in a like mentally unhealthy state, we're not the best friends, we're not the best partners, because we're not at 100%. Like I don't know, like for example, stereotypical depressed person, numb. Now you're not available emotionally for your partner or friends to talk to. Because every time they bring up really heavy emotions, you can't properly speak about them. Like, it's one really common stereotype and it's there for a reason. And it's like therapy is really like, we have way more therapists nowadays because we realize how important it is. And I'm glad that you expressed that you're scared of committing suicide. Because that means that you don't want to. And I understand how you're scared. It must be really scary. Because you probably had a different life thought out. And the thing is, you can have that life. Like that life you dreamed as a child of, you can have that life. But you are further away from it than others. And to get that life, it's gonna take time and effort. You think so? I'm 33, it's getting too late. No. You definitely can have that life. You can have definitely a happy life and achieve goals you never thought you would achieve. But you need to start. You need to get a therapist. You need to get a good therapist and you need to put in the work because it's not going to be easy. But it never is. It's like there's for relationships to like hold long, for example, to like be happy a long time, it takes work, it takes effort. And it doesn't mean like suffering or something, but it means it takes you to actively work towards a better relationship, to actively work towards making that relationship work for the next year, making it better work, hopefully. But to work through problems. And especially when you mention you sort of like you were coping with gaming, it sort of tells me that you probably suppressed a lot of emotions. So there's a lot of things you still have to deal with. And it's like without actually working through those issues, it's not going to get better. By just looking away, the elephant is not going to leave the room. You know? And I don't know, like the elephant is just going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger if you don't deal with it. And you can at any point always get better and okay. And therapy is always going to help you. But definitely the longer you wait, the more work you will have to do. Because the elephant is bigger than yesterday. You know? But this is why the first thing you need to decide on is suppression is not help. It's like any other addiction. Alcohol might feel good in the moment. Are your problems gone afterwards? I doubt so. Do you probably have more? I think so. Drugs the same. While you're on that high, amazing. Afterwards, pretty shitty. cigarettes to not feel tired, to overexert yourself once more, sure, do it. And tomorrow you're gonna feel more tired than yesterday. So now you need a cigarette more. It's not any coping is bad, but coping when it turns to avoidance. Sometimes we need a break, but if we take a break from life, you know? Hmm. I wouldn't we don't make any recommendations on medication. We don't know what the person is going through in that moment, and we're no medical professionals. And while we can make suggestions in which area the other person should look into because it helped us, we can never know for sure. Mm, I don't know which muscle that is. Oh. This is I know this. I know this. Yep. Upper back to neck muscle. Genuinely, it's like okay, let's get into it. I was I was on I think I was maybe never suicidal. It sort of depends how you define it. Um I had suicidal ideations. Um I had times where I didn't look if there were cars coming when I crossed the street, which was endangering, of course. But I've definitely I've had times where I just thought why does any of this make sense? Like, why should I stay on this earth? Because what the fuck? Like, if this is all life is, why can I not just? I don't want to play this game. Like, this is a shitty game. Seems like a seems like a shitty game. I don't want to play it. Like, I'm just gonna opt out. You know. Um. And it's the more common thing was that I was just depressed. I was depressed a lot and for years on end. And I was also gaming a lot. I was streaming a lot. And I was coping and I hoped it would get better. And I just thought well, I just need to move out. Well, I just need to move further away. Well, I just need to finish my studies and then have a job to be able to whatever, or it just needs time, or I just need better friends. I don't know. I found so many excuses to outside things I can tie it to, and I just need to get, and then it's gonna get better. And at some points, I even deluded myself into believing like, oh, like this time it's gonna go away because I watched this like Dr. K video online, and now I'm like all better. Um, but in a really annoying to be really annoying about it, like there's most people experience anything like something shitty. Like basically anybody has been dumped, like anybody could have trust issues. Anybody could have trauma. Anybody could have PTSD from something. Not everybody has though. And even like my childhood was not great. I have childhood trauma. I have low-key PTSD. But not everybody would have that going through my childhood. It's a thing I have with how I handle life or handled past tense life. And that's why you can always change it. Because yourself, you can always change. It's also something really annoying because it means that all the suffering you're going through is like, in a weird way, like I don't want to like it's in a really twisted way, it's our own mistake. And I don't mean this as like we entirely have the responsibility. Like childhood trauma is not something where I'm like, oh, this is just my mistake and not the ones of my mom or something. But it's because like I have PTSD of this because the way I think, the experiences I have made, like there's a lot of personal constellations which are outside of my parents' business and sort of like just like my business because it's about how I am as a person am sort of. It, for example, has to do with that I'm probably autistic. It has to do with just how you experience life because, for example, let me give you like a better example, like a more practical one. If someone tells you that I don't know, like you try something on the shop and you're like, but I feel like the other one is better for you, you know? To some people, that would be an absolutely completely normal sentence. Other people would feel basically insulted in that moment. And that's because of the other experiences that person has made. It doesn't change anything about the situation. Like, you don't need to change anything about the situation. You just need to change the context of the person receiving this statement and living that reality. And all of a sudden, it's an issue. It's the same thing, for example, if you lived in a war zone, now you come to Europe and there's like Sylvester, like New Year's, all of these like rockets outside. Some people are outside celebrating, hyping, really being happy, but change the context from a person who's like who lived in a war zone and now you have a traumatizing experience. Like the context of us really matters. And this is why the life we live is sort of like you say, and I love that you picked that analogy actually with it's the to do when you're in a dark abyss and can't see. because this is exactly how I described my depression back then. It's like you are in a room and everybody tells you, there's so much light. Do you see the sun? How it's shining here and like on the couch, and like, oh my god, so pretty, so aesthetic. And you're in the same room next to them and you're like, what the fuck do you mean? The light is not even on. There's nothing here. I can't see a single color because there's no light. Like, I can, like, if I try really hard, I can make out the couch. But like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, aesthetic and like so pretty. This is like, huh? What are you talking about? And this is low-key what depression is like. You could literally be right now standing in a lit up room with this aesthetic couch and whatever, and you don't see it. And if you go to therapy and seek out help, you have a therapist who's really like trying to pinpoint what the problem is, and then is gonna make and find a personal solution for you specifically with all the knowledge they have in that field to help you with your depression and lead you out of your depression. And which is going to put you in a place where you can then like change stuff and you can build a better life. You can build a life where you are mentally stable. And mentally stable, stay in a good spot. And I don't know, like this is what this doesn't even need to take long, you know? Like I always thought like if I go to therapy like with all this shit I've lived through, like oh my god, it's gonna take years. I'm gonna be that for I'm gonna be #1 student since 10 years. I'm gonna get like the certification thing of like 30 years of therapy when I'm I don't know 40 or whatever. Like I thought I'm gonna be there forever. I'm gonna have therapy forever. I thought I would never be mentally stable. And I would like essentially need a therapist to live a normal life. And now I've been in therapy like 1 year, and that was like normal, like a regular therapist, which wasn't really the best thing. And then I was sent to like a specialist, which was specifically focused on the topics I struggle with. And I found a really good match there with a therapist. And at that place, I've been 2 years now. And I am, and this is even for me crazy to say, because this only changed a couple months ago, but I'm mentally stable right now. I know how to regulate my feelings. And it's not that my life changed in a way where I don't have any setbacks or I don't have anything like negative happening or like everything is bloomy and whatever, you know? But I can handle all of those things now. The emotions are not overwhelming me, but I can regulate them. I know what I have to do for myself to feel good again. Like I know that okay, like I had this day was like really hard, or oh, oh thank you. Or I don't know, like I had this dream, for example, which was like which felt like really close to my heart and was like emotionally exhausting. And don't get me wrong, like I love this. But I then know what to do to regulate myself and gain back that energy. And I know how to take a break, how to rest. I know what need I am lacking, which need is not satisfied, and how to help myself and get that need satisfied. And I'm able to confront my anxieties, and I'm able to do the things I want to do with my life, even though they might be scary. And this is why, like, get therapy. Don't, like not do it because it's, I don't know, because you're old and you think you can't do it anymore. Starting with me in therapy was a divorced mother, I think of 2 kids or something, who then had like an injury and like she was like a power woman before, and then she had to stay in hospital for like, I don't know, like half a year or something because she broke her leg or something. And then there was like a really like sort of like could be my dad, like a cook, like a chef cook, who was like super burned out and couldn't enjoy his job anymore, even though cooking was everything to him. And it's like there's so many people struggling. You're like you're really not alone, you know? Like, this is not something unusual, and you're not weak for not being able to deal with this or not knowing how to deal with this. Because, I mean, look at society, right? Like, look in school. Have they told you how to deal with depression? Have they told you about addictions? And, like, I don't mean only like cigarettes or drugs. I mean all of the addictions in general. Have they told you how to be mentally healthy? And that, for example, having good friends and having deep talks with friends is actually really meaningful to humans. Have they told you, for example, that having like fresh cut flowers in your home is actually lowering the chances of you being depressed and helping you to be like, a stress relief? We have so much information on this planet on mental health, psychology, and all of those things, and all of the mental disorders as well, and like depression and like all of the neurodivergencies and everything. But at the same time, we're so bad at actually teaching that to our children. Like, we teach them how to be successful, how to do maths and languages and any type of science and arts and music and whatever, like everything. We teach them sports, any types of sports. We teach them so much. But we don't teach them how to vulnerably communicate, how to talk about having like a really hard time, how to find out that you have boundaries you didn't really respect yourself, and now you have to talk to a friend and explain him why, even though you said you were fine with this, now you're not fine with this anymore. Did we talk about how the pressure, for example, to do good in school or at a job is sometimes eating you up inside, and how to take proper rest, even though if your boss is pushing you? Like, we don't really teach how to live a happy life and how to live a good life. We teach how to be useful for society. We teach how to be productive and efficient and smart and like all those like, but only smart in like the like for the industry like relevant subjects. But we don't really like teach how to be happy and how to find happiness, how to find a happy marriage, and how to find, I don't know, how to find purpose in life. And this is actually like, like struggling with mental health is also like something which is really not restricted to age. Because there are so many people who stop their jobs because of their age, right? They're like 70, like they had to leave their job and are now like, it's celebrated usually, like, oh, now you have free time, you just like, living on like like just doing all the things you wanted to do, whatever. There's actually a lot of people who then, when they stop their jobs, low-key like just turn into a couch potato because they don't know what to do with themselves and they don't know how to change it, because the only thing we taught them is how to work, and now they don't have work anymore. And they don't know how to use their free time well. They don't even know how to use their free will well. And it's, I don't know. Or like how to handle your partner dying at some point. How to get over that insane loss and insane amount of grief. It's something which happens to nearly everybody of us at some point. Lose a parent, lose a really close friend, or lose a partner. Have you ever received a lesson on how to actually handle that grief? What to actually do in those moments where you just feel like dying? Because how does this world make sense without that person? And you see them sometimes, you hear their voice sometimes you think you want to tell them something, but they're not there. But we never received any type of guidance on how to deal with it. So this is like, this is not on you that you don't know how to deal with this, but it is your life. And you need to take action and responsibility to set your path straight in the direction of a better life. Because depression is something most of us have to overcome in their life. Trust issues is something most of us have to overcome in their life. And don't make it unnecessarily long if you don't have to. Finding the path is the hardest thing. That's why get a therapist if you can. Make it easy for yourself. There's a lot of work to do. Don't worry. There's gonna be enough work for you along the way. At least make that step sort of easy, if you want to make sure that you don't commit suicide, that you never have a low, that low, get a therapist. Because the responsibility is with you. Sadly, no one else is going to stand up for you in that way. There's not going to be an angel coming down and keeping you from doing it. And if you're mentally unstable, it means that there's going to be another low. And there's going to be another low which you can't handle. And I think your fear of committing suicide makes sense. I think you should be scared. I don't think that fear is otherworldly. I believe you. I believe your body with this. I think your body knows that if there is one of those really bad lows again, if the stars align in a really fucking unlucky way, you don't know if you can take it. And you have so much to learn still. You have all of these lessons to learn because some people have find friends which really they just, they got it. And then they can profit from learning from those. Some people actually have parents who do teach them how to live life properly and how to have a happy life. Some people have, parents of their friends being really good idols. Some people have some teachers who just really, in that moment, do their job and get that down. But we don't have a really good system for this. This is why so many of us fall through the cracks. So you need to make sure you're in the system. You need to make sure that you now get help and you now learn it and put yourself on the path to learning it. You know? And there's literally like services we have, thankfully. Like, thankfully, we have therapists who wait for you to say that you need help and then they will gladly help you. But they don't know you yet. That's why you need to call and you need to sign up for this. And they also need you to want this, right? Because this is going to change your life quite literally. Like, this is not going to be like, oh, you just don't have depression anymore, but you live the same life like you lived before. Like, no. The life you lived until now made you depressed and suicidal. So now you literally need to build a new life to not feel like this anymore. Because the life you have led right now is not working for you. So get yourself help. There's a lot of information out there, and yeah, I guess technically one could do it for their own, but this is information where we have people dying without knowing it. We have the richest people on the freaking planet not leading happy lives. Like, this is a hard topic, like a seriously hard topic. And not even the therapists themselves sometimes are out of the calculation, you know? Like, this is like leading a happy life in an ever-changing situation of the world. Ever-changing things you need to live a good life in this world is hard. And so get therapy. And get it now, you know? Even if you think like, well, right now it's like still sort of like good. Get it now before it's too late. Because our system isn't that good that they can like physically keep you from achieving what you want to achieve. Like, if you got to the point where you really want to die, I don't think people can stop you. Like, even if you were to put in like one of those like weird like chambers of like the like soft chambers or whatever, it's like, so do it now. Because this is going to take energy. Like, making all of these changes is going to take energy, you know? So you should actually start if it's not that bad yet, you know? Like, you scared of it? Start now. Like, you should have started already, but like at least start now, you know? And then you're gonna get out of this for sure. Like, if you prioritize this, if this is the thing you really want, you're gonna get out of this. And I have made significant changes within 2 years only. So you're 33, with 35, you could feel mentally stable and start living the life you wanted. But every day you wait, it's gonna take longer to get better, and you start later, right? So like, if you start next year, like, it's probably like, maybe it's gonna be like you only finish with 38 then. And there's also a point where it can be, like, where it can be really hard to come back from. As I said, like, if you already set your mind to something, you know? So set your mind to healing. Because you can. Like, you definitely can. No. Well, if that is about starting therapy, not hopefully someday, am I right? But if it's about actually being mentally stable, you will. That's fine. I mean, Kraken also, like, kept on texting. And is sort of like seeing you, you know, and seeing how important this is. Like, this stream is for having the time. You know? Yeah. In a funny way, it always, you know, it always ends up that some people just need like a lot of help in that moment. And in funny way, in those moments, the people who like other times needed help don't need. So I don't know. It's like always working out so far at least. I'm aware a topic like this can go pretty. That's fine. We're here for this. But like, how long have you been feeling like this? Feeling like you didn't really. How do I say this? You didn't love the life you lived. Very good, Pyro. I'm proud of you. And it's good that you're proud of it yourself. Very important. Like we all know. And hi, Grim, by the way. I'm sorry, we're in a pretty, pretty deep topic. Mm. Grim, I definitely have like a opinion towards your questions. Why do the ones I care for never care the same? If you don't mind, I would sort of table that question till later. If you're still there, then, or just when you come back. You often sneeze last days? Are you sick, or is there something in the room that makes you do it? I'm not sure, but I am sort of aware that it's a time where people get sick. So I've been drinking like ginger shots and vitamin C. So we'll hope that's it. Since the age of 25, 26, I think. I can't even remember. A long time. How do you think it started? Was there like a very specific thing that happened? Or was it more of like an accumulation of things and at that point it was like too much to handle? Hmm. I mean, I think that's actually like a really common way, the accumulation of a variety of things. Because of like how I explained, right, it's like really hard for people to like, I don't know, like really know how to be happy and live a happy life. So it's like really easy to just like get it wrong. Especially since like capitalism and sort of like our society in general is more so teaching us the wrong things really. Um, and especially like it technically it already starts in childhood that a lot of things go wrong and that it's teaching us the wrong things, and then at a certain point it just becomes too much and we aren't able to cope enough anymore to suppress all of those things. But so since 25, 26 to now 33, it got worse enough that you're scared to commit suicide. I'm really sorry that you are in this position. I think it's a really difficult position to be, and it's definitely really scary. And it can feel really lonely and isolated. Especially when you then like look onto social media, right? And you see like all those like happy people living their best lives, apparently. And some of them are AI, maybe. But but well, I guess I have sort of um like a like a positive thing maybe. Um because most of the changes you make, even though they feel uncomfortable and you might be a bit anxious of them, in the beginning will feel good once you sort of like do them longer, because most of those things are the things which make you healthy, right? And be your best self. So they're only like the more like uncomfortable because you haven't been used to this freedom of choice, or to that you like usually it's sort of like connected to a very strict way of thinking what's okay and what's not okay, and not feeling like you have the option um to take care of yourself in certain ways. Um but yes, I'm gonna do that right now. But it's most of the things you will do in therapy or like find out what you do is that therapy is not going to make you a person you're not. Therapy is only going to help you to find the answers you need. But it's really just going to support you in finding the right answers for yourself. It's not going to like just push sort of like one way onto you, but it's going to, yeah, help you find your own unique solution to your life, like your own unique constellation of how you are happy and will achieve the things that you want to achieve. And so most of the changes you will make will lead you in that positive direction. So that's why, like, the longer you are in therapy, like, even if it might take long, but it's sort of like it gets better. Um, Even though if there's sometimes like situations where you feel like where it can sort of like be a lot, and in a weird way we can like have situations where we just like grieve our old life a lot. Um or like things which has happened which we suppressed sort of. Um but I don't know, like most of the time it's really leading us um towards a better life. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm smelling. It's a bit weird. It's mostly being alive versus living, not feeling like I belong here. Right now, everything seems pointless. Absolutely. I know. Last month, I just wanted to be numb and go for Machiavellian. Oh, I don't know this. Out of defense, self preservation. Not because I want to be a socio-psychopath, lol. I do understand what you mean. I mean, the most common difference, actually, because between being alive and living is not that you don't have negative experiences or negative emotions, but that you feel emotions in generally. Um, and that you're able to feel all the good things while also being able to feel the negative things without being overwhelmed, but to actually be able to feel them safely, sort of, without having the fear of like losing yourself or whatever. And with this specifically, like therapy is going to give you a room to feel those feelings safely, um, without the fear of being, yeah, overwhelmed or going too deep or, you know, not being able to handle them, but with the support of a person right in front of you. That's why therapy in person is big difference to the stream, because even though I can like maybe like help you and like explain some of their like theories to you, I'm not there in person with you. I'm not there in person to help you regulate your emotions at the point where you talk about something and maybe feel overwhelmed. Like with me, you have like a, I don't know, like a nice voice on the screen, but um, you don't have support right there with you. How do you feel right now, MG Gaming? You feel nothing at the moment? Is it because of the antidepressants or? Slight hunger. Hmm. How does the system work where you live? Can you just like call to make a therapist appointment? Can you like, do you need to talk to your doctor at first, but like call them to make an appointment with those? The thing is, by the way, there's not really like any hurt to like starting therapy and then noticing you don't need it or something. Um, so I don't know. I would really sort of like challenge you, I guess, or suggest. I got a way to get help, but I don't know how much the cost is or if it's covered by my health insurance. I would encourage you to if there's like I don't know how what time is it at your place, but if you can right now because like those places are open, try to find that out. Like call with your doctors or whatever and ask if you can get therapy and if that will cost something, or write them an email. So if it's already 7 p.m., they may be closed. So then just write them an email that you would be really interested in therapy because you have been dealing with depression and suicidal thoughts. And if that's covered by health insurance, or if you would need to pay that on your own and how much that usually costs. Because I feel like this is also really important for yourself as sort of like a sign on what you're worth, you know, and how you stand up for yourself and how you're strong for yourself. Because in the moment where you seek help and only seek information to get the help you need, what you essentially like do in that moment is you validate the suffering you have and experience. Because there's also like a weird side effect, sort of, that in the moment where we like don't really, where we're like, oh well, therapy, like, nah. We essentially like low-key tell ourselves like it's not that bad. I don't need therapy yet. It's not that bad. Where we sort of like dismiss our own suffering in that moment. Your suffering is real, and I think it's really like it's a lot, and I think like you deserve a really like a way better life. You deserve the life you wanted to as a kid when you like I don't know had made up all of these expectations about life. I think you deserve that, and I think you deserve like a happy relationship if you want one, and you deserve to laugh and be happy and have friends and have like weird little rituals, you know, with your friends and loved ones, or to have like weird little hobbies on your own. And in essence, like depression and stuff like this, you know, it's holding you back from the things you want to do in your life. It's like if we want to see it in that picture, it's a disability. Like it's holding you back. And you know, like, see that. Family, a few close friends, and a girlfriend to build a future with, and a job. That sounds amazing. That sounds like a beautiful future. And you can definitely still have that. No questions asked. And I think you like we don't know how the world is changing, you know? We don't know what's happening tomorrow. And I think you sort of like, what is happening, Zach? No.
I did the thing that is just sending a light down the script like.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
No idea what's gonna
He's
happen.
making like weird lights, signals, whatever on the side here. I'm being distracted.
Really didn't mean to.
Yeah. I'm busy, you know? Like. Which I don't have at 33, hence I feel like it's too late. Average life expectancy, I think, is around like 80 something for men. I don't know if you are men. So you still, you know, like you're not even halfway. Like, you still have half your life. Like, do you want to live the rest of the life like this? Or do you want to spend a little bit of effort into having like a really good second half? And you know, you say you're too late, like everybody else already has it. But there's actually so many people who don't. There's a lot of people who with 60 don't have that and didn't achieve that. There's people who had an entire family with kids and then it all went to shit. Because it all was made up of like a big ass fake life. You still have so many years left. It does matter if you have grey hair. It genuinely doesn't. Like, literally, like, Zach is getting like a few grey hairs, or has a few grey hairs already. And I'm like waiting for him to have like grey hair here because I think it's so hot. It's like, I don't know, I can't wait. I low-key at some point I considered like if that would be a thing you can like, you know, like
Accelerate?
no, not accelerate, but like get like a how do you say that? Like a blondianite.
Like platinum blonde.
Yeah, platinum blonde hair color, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Like, wouldn't it be worth it for even like 10 like really, really good years? You know? Last year my beard low. Yeah, see? You're like on the good way. Like if you start therapy now, like by the time you have like this like really nice gray hair starting, like, you know, like then you're ready to meet your new wifey. I'll take a happy next 10 years for sure. Good, then you need to, it's decided. You want a good happy 10 years. Start therapy. Give yourself, like, really set yourself up for success. Like, okay, we'll talk about this for a second here. How do we succeed in life? Because I feel like there's a lot of people who just believe like, oh yeah, you just work hard and like, I don't know, are lucky, and that's like sort of like how you make it, whatever. Like, there's not really a plan. It's just sort of like, okay, for some people it happens and for some people don't. Usually it's based on the right support. You know? It's like, of course, definitely it's a subjective thing, but the one thing which isn't really subjective is that it's usually so much easier, so much safer, like the like if you get there or not, is so much easier to say if you actually have support and like put your money where your mouth is, you know? Like, if you start a business alone and you try to fulfill all of the different jobs in that business on your own, how likely you are to fail or whatever is X, let's say. If you start that business with trusted support and get help, and like you ask your friend's dad for like some advice here and he might help you, and then you ask your other friend for like some advice here and he's maybe helping you like on Sundays, you know, and then like you just go to this, like there's this community thing where you can get like for free like sort of like business advice and like a business plan, whatever. So you go there as well and you get their like free business plan. And then like, okay, so there's this like a convention where you can go where like so many business people go there, and you just go there and like talk to some people if they have like some advice, you know, like they're just there for like they just want to like talk, right? Like this is basically like a business sort of like thing with like they just want to like showcase their business and like they don't really have anything to do there. So you just go to them and like ask them for some advice as well, and you just like, you know, like you like gain all of that knowledge, and on the way you probably gain some people who actually would be able to help you and would help you. Your business is way more likely gonna succeed than if you all do it on your own. And this is the same thing with your life. Like if you want a really good life and you want to be sure that you have a really good life and want to have like really good chances and like up your chances to the point where you're like, okay, like if this doesn't work, then it shouldn't have been. Like I tried everything. I did all I could and it didn't work. You know, like if you up your chances that much, you're so much more likely to actually succeed. So do the same with your life. Like if you want to live this like happy life and be mentally stable, get all these people on board. Talk to your doctor about like getting your like physical health in check. Talk to a therapist, get that person checked to get like to be mentally healthy. You know, like find friends who also want to be mentally healthy because they're gonna inspire you too. Like they're gonna read some articles, come to you, talk to you about those articles. For example, yeah, join streams like these, talk about mental health, and then you also like really like, you know, like learn something extra and stuff like this. Like this is low-key how to set yourself up for that life. You know? Like it's setting yourself up for success or setting yourself up for, well, essentially failure because the chances are that much lower. I need to get my blood checked, by the way. Yeah, well. That's a good point where you can talk to your doctor. So like don't do it alone. Like you could have way better chances. And if you really want it, it's like why wouldn't you make your chances better? You know what I mean? So I don't know, like write that email or stuff. I need to let's see again. Maybe I should be a therapist, like I said. I'm not there in person, you know? I'm also not trained properly yet. Like I'm learning every day, and I've read like definitely a couple books and a couple studies, and I don't think I'm like incompetent or anything. Like I do low-key think like I could be a therapist. But it's just it's way easier to really be there in person. And it's it is a thing which you also like can't really take lightly, right? So I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a therapist. You won't make it till Friday with me? Well, I beg to differ. Yeah. But I'm definitely here as well. And you're definitely really welcome to join every Monday and Thursday for the mental health check-ins. And just join the stream. We sometimes have streams where we just explain some like mental health sort of concepts. I still have like have a lot of what's on this channel as well, where I explain some concepts, or where we talk to another person about their experience, which can make you feel less isolated or less lonely with stuff, you know. I also technically have like a YouTube channel where I started some like podcast episodes, which are also on Spotify, but a lot of them are back in German still, and not in English. And I genuinely like I haven't done like I haven't started doing anything like any new in English. Because I don't know, I just didn't really have the time while doing these streams, I think. And I feel like with these streams, it feels so much more relevant in that moment. Because it's like really talking to a person, right? It's not just like a video you watch. So this is definitely like higher priority for me. But if I, at some point, maybe have like energy left over, because like at the end of this year, my therapy is gonna stop. So then I will have more energy, I think. So, or like, well, a few months afterwards, I'm gonna have more energy. Well, maybe directly after, like, we'll see, you know, like, we'll see. But definitely, like, if there's gonna be more energy, I'm gonna start doing some there to just explain some concepts, I guess. Because I think things like these can really help to sort of have a better understanding of the subject. Because I don't know, you know, like you wouldn't go like with a broken leg, you wouldn't just be like, I don't need to go to the doctor. I'm just gonna do this on my own, you know, like I'm just gonna like it's gonna get better with time. I'm just gonna like sit on a couch, wait, play some games. And I feel like we just really we have a really different understanding of mental health, like we should have. And there's actually a lot of science that we low-key really fucked up our social well, how do I say this? Our social view of mental health. Are you sure about that? Yeah, come on, guys. Let's be serious. You know, if you think that, you really need therapy. From this from scratch. Sure. I'm still too hot, I don't know. Is it as orange, by the way, for you guys as well? To me, it seems like really orange. I don't know. Oh, I actually noticed how my voice is feeling scratchy. I've been talking for like 7 hours straight. No, Miss Pumpkin. No. Didn't fluff my pillow enough last night. It happens, you know. Yeah, for sure. This is how we handle all of that. Like, honestly, like, it's not even... Like, we make jokes about this, right? This is not even too far from reality, low-key. Like, I feel like nearly everybody has had a story where they went to work even though they felt like a little bit sick. But they were just like, well, it's not that bad yet. It's not like the proper flu yet. You know, I'm just like coughing and like my nose is running and stuff like this. Because it's like so looked at, like how many days you turn out to be sick and stuff like this. So it's like, you know, okay, let me... Gotta go now. Love you, cuties. Goodbye, bananas. Love you too. See you. But yeah, like everybody, like even with physical health, we have the exact same talk. Even with that, we have like people go to work half sick or go to school half sick. Like back in the day, like I literally like I felt so nauseous and my mom would be like, drink some water, and if you don't have to throw up while like drinking that water, you can go to school. Like you're fine. You know, like it's gonna go away on its own. Like, seriously? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, we're not really good as a society to, like, I don't know, like, take health serious. You know?